Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. Welcome to the City Council regular meeting this Monday evening, May 18th. Please rise with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
With pleasure, Mayor Lorraine. Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Here.
Councilmember Svirko-Goditsky.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez.
Here.
Mayor Lorraine.
Here.
Councilmember Newsom.
Yes, here.
Thank you and welcome. We are excited to be here in person with options for those who choose not to be in person to still participate virtually. Thank you for your cooperation and for helping us maintain an efficient and accessible meeting environment. There are several ways to participate in public comment tonight. For those attending in person, you may complete a yellow request to speak slip and hand it to the city clerk. If you're participating remotely, you may use the raise your hand feature in Zoom and you will be called on at the appropriate time. If you're calling in by phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. And when you're called upon, you may press *6 to unmute. These options for public comment will remain available until I close public comment periods for each particular item. Finally, if you're watching us on YouTube, please just note that we do not currently have a live public comment feature in YouTube itself. You'll need to join our Zoom webinar to participate in public comment. Use the access information listed in the agenda, which is on our website, cityofsanmateo.org. Thank you. Please bear with us as we have a number of ceremonial items tonight. Plenty to celebrate. We'll begin with item 1, which is Asian American Heritage Month. We have a proclamation, and we would like to invite to the podium Wesley Taoka, the Executive Director of San Mateo Japanese American Community Center. Thank you, Mr. Taoka, for being with us. I have a proclamation I'd like to read, and then if you have any words you'd like to share, you'll be welcome to do so, and then we can take a picture with the council. Whereas San Mateo County is home to dynamic Asian American and Pacific Islander communities, with nearly 31% of San Mateo County residents identifying as Asian or Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander. And whereas during Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, the City of San Mateo celebrates the contributions and influence of notable AAPI figures and embraces the cultural traditions that enrich our city. And whereas San Mateo is partnering with community organizations to celebrate AAPI Heritage Month by providing special events and learning opportunities where residents can broaden their understanding and appreciation for this community's traditions and history. And whereas AAPI Heritage Month is both a time to embrace the unique backgrounds and experiences that make us who we are, and a time to reflect on the painful chapters of our nation's past. And whereas the adoption of Resolution 39 in 2020 demonstrated our commitment to combating harassment, hateful rhetoric, and violent acts against the AAPI community by formally condemning racism and xenophobia and affirming our dedication to fighting discrimination in all facets of our society. And whereas, as one of the most culturally and linguistically diverse groups in the country, the AAPI community brings great vibrancy to the fabric of our nation. Now, therefore, I, Adam Lorraine, Mayor of the City of San Mateo, and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tauka.
Mayor Lorraine and City Council, thank you very much for commemorating Asian American Heritage Month and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. On behalf of the San Mateo Japanese American Community Center, we thank you very much. We are just one of the many, many different groups, Asian and Pacific Islander groups in San Mateo, but and we are downtown at the corner of 5th and Claremont Street. We have different activities, bonsai club, flower arrangement, teaching, martial arts classes, and we also have different small events. Like just yesterday we had a bonsai show, and in April we had a ikebana show. So we invite you to come and visit us. We're open during the week, and we have activities almost every day of the week. So we thank you very much for honoring us, and we look forward to seeing you at our center.
Thank you very much. City Council.
Thank you for representing us.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for being here, Wes. Appreciate you. I'd like to hold this proclamation.
Thank you, Wes.
Thank you very much. In addition, I would like to just acknowledge, firstly, that our Parks and Rec department had a wonderful cultural celebration in Central Park earlier this month as part of celebrations, and it was wonderful. I really appreciated a number of activities in our Central Park. So thank you to the Parks and Rec department for making that possible. And I see Debbie Soon and a number of folks from Self-Help for the Elderly, another nonprofit organization very entrenched in the Asian and Pacific Islander community. Thank you for being with us, and I imagine we'll be hearing from you for an agenda item later tonight. But just thank you for being with us, and I'll move on to the next ceremonial item. Jewish American Heritage Month. I have a proclamation. We invited Rabbi Lisa Kingston from Peninsula Temple Beth El to join us. Unfortunately, just at the last minute, something didn't work out, and she wasn't able to join us in person, but she did provide some prepared remarks, which I will read on her behalf. I'll begin with a proclamation. Whereas Jewish Americans have been an important part of the American story and have greatly contributed to all areas of American life and culture since our nation's earliest days. And whereas on April 20th, 2006, the federal government proclaimed May as Jewish American Heritage Month, stating, "As a nation of immigrants, the United States is better and stronger because Jewish people from all over the world chose to become American citizens." And since then, proclamations in support of Jewish American Heritage Month have been made by presidents of the United States annually. And whereas generations of Jews have fled to the United States in search of a better life for themselves and their families. And these immigrants made invaluable contributions in support of equality and civil rights through their leadership and achievements. And whereas Jewish Americans connect to their Jewish identity in a variety of ways, such as culturally, ethnically, religiously, and by following Jewish ethics and values. And whereas Jewish Americans are racially, ethnically, socially, politically, and economically diverse, and around 25% of Bay Area Jewish households include a person of color, increasing to nearly 40% of households if the head of the household is younger than 35. And whereas the city of San Mateo shares an obligation to condemn and combat anti-Semitism wherever it exists, to include Jewish Americans in all facets of civic life, and to stand with the Jewish American community, against hatred or bigotry in our city and country. And whereas there is a need for education and policies that are culturally competent when describing, discussing, or addressing the impacts of being Jewish in all aspects of American society, including discourse and policy. And whereas we celebrate the rich and diverse heritage of the Jewish American community, including those who live, work, and play in San Mateo. And whereas we recognize Jewish American commitment to civic engagement and how San Mateo has been enriched by local Jewish institutions and synagogues. Now, therefore, I, Adam Lorraine, Mayor of the City of San Mateo, and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as Jewish American Heritage Month. Be it further resolved, San Mateo will continue efforts to confront anti-Semitism and other forms of hate impacting the Jewish community, support local education about the diversity of our Jewish American community, and integrate Jewish American culture into future programs, activities, and ceremonies. Thank you. And there were some remarks from Rabbi Lisa Kingston from Peninsula Temple Bethel here in our city that I just realized I was asked to read beforehand, but I apologize, and I will now read afterward. My name is Lisa Kingston, and I'm the senior rabbi of Peninsula Temple Bethel. We've been a Reformed Jewish community in San Mateo for 75 years, celebrating our 75th anniversary this year. While I apologize for the last-minute conflict, I'm so grateful to the mayor and members of the City Council for this meaningful recognition of Jewish American Heritage Month. American Jews, and particularly the Jewish community in San Mateo, contribute to all walks of communal life. Whether we are in civic service, educational leadership, artists, or other business and professional roles, Jews follow the wisdom of our sage, Rabbi Hillel, who taught, "Do not separate oneself from the community." This month is also an opportunity to celebrate the contributions of the Jewish community and also to share the richness of Jewish history, values, and tradition with pride and openness. At a time when anti-Semitism is rising across our nation, public moments like this matter deeply. They remind Jewish families, children, and neighbors that we are seen, valued, and welcomed. Celebrating Jewish heritage publicly is not only an act of recognition, it is also an act of solidarity and courage. On behalf of the Jewish community of San Mateo, thank you for standing with us, for honoring Jewish American Heritage Month, and for helping build a city where diversity is celebrated and where every community can live openly and proudly. So I thank Rabbi Kingston for these words. Now, we have another ceremonial item. And this is kind of two items in one, so please bear with us. But we're happy to celebrate Mental Health Awareness Month and Police Activities League celebration of the 10th anniversary of their mental health and wellness run, which is coming up later this month. So we'd like to invite Jackie Almas from Alcove Youth Behavioral. She is the Youth Behavioral Health Program Manager at Alcove, which is in our fair city of San Mateo. Yes, I apologize. I think we'll take one group at a time. Two proclamations. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us. We have a lot to celebrate, and we'll do it one at a time here. I have a proclamation for Alcove. Thank you for joining us. And then if you have anything you'd like to share, you'll be welcome to do so. Thank you for joining us. Whereas in 2021 to 2023, 12.5% of San Mateo County adults likely had serious psychological distress. And San Mateo County youth in grades 7, 9, and 11 reported social emotional distress in the past 12 months. And whereas every day, millions of people face stigma related to mental health and substance use conditions. and they may feel isolated and alone, going years before receiving any help. If left untreated, they have life expectancies 25 years shorter than the general population. And whereas, while mental health conditions are common across all types of demographics, certain communities face inequitable access to services, including people of color, the LGBTQ+ community, youth, and older adults. And whereas mental health and substance use conditions are treatable health conditions, and people who have mental health and substance use conditions can recover and lead full and meaningful lives. And whereas San Mateo residents have access to many behavioral health services at no cost. And whereas the San Mateo partners are collectively organizing activities that San Mateo County community members can participate in throughout the month, including free in-person and virtual events, advocacy days, and social media campaigns. And whereas the San Mateo City Council wishes to increase the public's knowledge of signs and symptoms of mental health and substance use conditions, professional and self-help resources, and self-care practices. Now, therefore, I, Adam Lorraine, Mayor of the City of San Mateo, and on behalf of the City Council, I hereby recognize May 2026 as Mental Health Awareness Month in the City of San Mateo to enhance public awareness of mental health, to help end the stigma, and direct members of the community to resources and support for mental health and substance use conditions. Thank you. And thank you for joining us, Jackie, and all Cove members.
Yes, thank you guys so much for the opportunity to accept the proclamation today. We had just a few slides put together to just give a little bit more information about Alcove if time allows. So thank you guys so much for the opportunity. I'm Jackie Alms, like you guys said, and joining me today is...
Hi everyone, I'm Aini Lee. I'm a member of the Alcove San Mateo Youth Advisory Group, and I'm also a senior at Burlingame High School.
Hello everyone, my name is Valeria Ramirez. I'm the peer coordinator with Alcove San Mateo. Next slide please. So this is the agenda that we are gonna go over today. We're gonna introduce Alcove, the services that we offer. We're also gonna go over some Alcove data, and then we're gonna talk about our upcoming events, and then we're gonna end the slideshow with a Peninsula Healthcare District Spotlight.
To start off, what is Alcove? Alcove San Mateo is a youth wellness drop-in center for those ages 12 to 25 to access services and also join in on workshops and just find community and have a space to chill, especially in a world that can be very overwhelming for youth today. It's a space designed for families in the community and for youth by youth. And a big part of how we do that is through the Alcove San Mateo Youth Advisory Group that I have been a part of for the past 2 years. And it's a group of those ages 16 to 25 who are really just there to co-create and co-design the services and events that are hosted by Alcove San Mateo to ensure that we are serving the community and the youth in it. Next slide, please. And here's a quick rundown of the services provided at Alcove. And so to begin, we have education and employment, which are services helping youth achieve their career and educational goals. There's peer support, where youth can connect with other peers in the community through shared experiences. There's family support services designed specifically for parents and guardians to help support their children. There's substance use services to help youth navigate drug and alcohol addictions. There's obviously mental health services where youth can learn about different coping skills and also support their own well-being and mental health. And that also includes group therapy, individual therapy, and also psychiatry services. And last but not least, physical health services, where youth can learn more about sexual and reproductive health services and also just learn more about their own physical health and how to care for themselves. Next slide, please. And here is also a quick glance at the data we've collected at Alcove San Mateo since we've opened 2 years ago. And so we've had a total of 5,134 visits at Alcove San Mateo, 318 events held, 1,870 visits for services. The specific services provided or people accessed are below, so if you're curious, you can look more at that. There's been a total of 3,264 non-service visits, and 601 young people have enrolled at Alcove San Mateo, which basically means that these youth are consistently accessing services and just going to Alcove San Mateo on a consistent basis. Next slide, please.
We wanted to make sure that our programs are impactful and we're making a difference in our community. So we decided to begin gathering some feedback from the people who were accessing services at Alcove. And since October 2025, we began asking youth that were coming to us to complete a post-visit survey. And then we have gathered this information. And then in this chart, we can see that we have decreased depressive symptoms. There has been a big improvement in their general symptoms, family and friends relationship, coping skills, and this is the work that we wish to continue doing for our San Mateo community and for many youth that really need the help, and then we really want to support their well-being and their mental health.
So to wrap up, we're just highlighting 2 events that we have upcoming in honor of mental health awareness. We have our open mic night, and then we have some events in June as well. Next slide. So visit us. We're really close by, less than a 5-minute drive away. We're open Monday through Friday from 1 to 7 p.m. And you can also reach us at that information. And then next slide, and that'll be the last one. Thank you guys so much for the opportunity. So as I didn't share earlier, but Peninsula Healthcare District, Alcove is one of our programs. And so I just wanted to just highlight another initiative that we're doing in terms of behavioral health, which is partnering with Maro. It's a digital screening platform that's going to help schools in our area identify students that are in need earlier. And so we have lots of other behavioral health programs in the works in support of mental health. And so thank you guys so much for the opportunity today.
Thank you very much. And Councilman, we can have a photo of And while we're moving, I'll just note that if anyone is in the back looking for a seat, we happen to still have some seats closer to the front. Please feel free to take a look. We are not completely full. Thank you.
So good to see you. It was great to see you again. Good to see you as well. Thank you so much.
Do you want to join? Let me squeeze in here.
Thank you for volunteering.
Thank you. And now we will celebrate the Police Activities League 10th Anniversary Mental Health and Wellness Run. We have a recognition. We have a proclamation. We have the Chief of Police, Ed Barberini, and others from PAL. Thank you for being here. And I have some words here and then can ask the Chief if he has any words. Whereas the San Mateo Police Activities League, or PAL, or PAL, has proudly served the youth and families of the San Mateo community since 1997, building positive relationships between law enforcement officers and young people through educational, recreational, athletic, and mentoring programs. And whereas in 2026, San Mateo PAL, in collaboration with Stride for Awareness, celebrates the 10th anniversary of its annual 5K and 10K Run, Walk, and Wellness Fair, a community event dedicated to promoting health, wellness, connection, and mental well-being for residents of all ages. And whereas this annual event has brought together thousands of participants, volunteers, sponsors, community organizations, and local families over the past decade in support of healthy lifestyles and strong community partnerships. And whereas proceeds from the event help support vital PAL programs that provide mental health services, mentorship, academic support, athletics, leadership development, violence prevention, and enrichment opportunities for underserved and at-risk youth throughout the community. And whereas the wellness fair portion of the event connects residents with valuable health, wellness, and community resources while fostering inclusion, engagement, and a spirit of unity across San Mateo. And whereas the success of this event reflects the dedication of PAL staff, volunteers, sponsors, city partners, law enforcement personnel, and community members who continue to invest in the well-being and future success of our local youth. Now, therefore, I, Adam Lorraine, Mayor of the City of San Mateo, and on behalf of the City Council, do recognize San Mateo PAL for celebrating the 10th Annual Mental Health Matters 5K and Wellness Fair. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. On behalf of both the police department and PAL, I want to thank you for recognizing Mental Health Awareness Month and for helping us celebrate the 10th anniversary of PAL's Mental Health and Wellness Run, or in my case, a brisk walk. This event has become much more than a run. Over the past decade, it has grown into a powerful reminder that mental wellness matters, that community matters, and that no one struggles alone. Mental health touches everyone, every family, every neighborhood, and every profession, including law enforcement. We see every day how important compassion, connection, and early support can be. Events like this help us break down stigma and encourage open conversations about wellness, resilience, and seeking help when needed. I'm especially proud of the role PAL continues to play in bringing our community together in a positive and meaningful way. PAL represents partnership, mentorship, and opportunity for young people and families throughout San Mateo. The Wellness Run reflects those same values by promoting healthy lifestyles, community engagement, and support for one another. I also want to extend a heartfelt thank you to our donors, sponsors, and community supporters, including Alcove. I think they'll be with us on the 30th. They support us in meaningful ways. For anyone interested in supporting Wellness Run or learning more about PAL, the PAL program, and its work in our community, I'd encourage you to visit our webpage. Every contribution and every partnership helps us continue creating a positive opportunity for young people and strengthening community connections. I'd like to thank all of our volunteers, runners, walkers, city staff, our police officers, and community members who have supported this event over the last 10 years. Your commitment has helped us make this tradition something truly special. I'd like to recognize a few people up here with me. The leadership for this event is led by three of our own, Marie Ivich, Katie Smallwood, and Lieutenant Kimber Joyce make all of this happen. And I'd be remiss if I did not recognize Lourdes Enrique and the Enrique family who really made all of this happen through Stride for Awareness. Thank you to the Enrique family. I'd just like to thank you again for this recognition and for your continued support of PAL. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a photo.
Yeah, let's hold.
They do all the hard work.
Thank you very much. Please feel free to hoist the proclamation.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We have reached the final ceremonial of the evening. This one is for Christina Horrisberger, our Assistant City Manager. Christina will be retiring. This is her last meeting with us here, and she will be sorely missed. I have a resolution that I will read commending Assistant City Manager Christina Horrisberger for her years of service. Whereas the San Mateo City Council desires to commemorate and honor the career and accomplishments of its Assistant City Manager, Christina Horrisberger. And whereas Christina has dedicated more than 2 decades to municipal government service throughout the Bay Area, building a distinguished career grounded in collaborative leadership, strategic planning, and public service excellence. And whereas Christina joined the City of San Mateo in 2019, and after nearly 7 years of service, held several key leadership roles, including Director of Community Development and interim leadership assignments within the City Manager's office before being appointed Assistant City Manager in 2023. And whereas, as Assistant City Manager, Christina provided strategic oversight for major cross-departmental initiatives involving communications, economic development, sustainability, organizational capacity, and community engagement, helping advance the city's mission to deliver high-quality services to the San Mateo community. And whereas, throughout her tenure, Christina brought steady leadership, thoughtful insight, and extensive experience to some of the city's most complex and important initiatives, including land use and housing strategy, service delivery improvements, and organizational development efforts. And whereas Christina's leadership helped move the organization toward a more collaborative, courageous, and inclusive workplace where employees felt supported, empowered, and valued for their unique strengths and contributions. And whereas Christina has been widely respected as a trusted advisor, mentor, and dedicated public servant whose commitment to the City of San Mateo has had a meaningful and lasting impact on both the organization and the broader community. And whereas, after almost 7 years of dedicated service to the City of San Mateo, Christina will conclude her service to the city this spring, leaving behind a legacy of professionalism, mentorship, and compassionate leadership that will continue to shape the organization for years to come. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of San Mateo hereby unanimously expresses, on behalf of the San Mateo community, its deepest appreciation and gratitude to Assistant City Manager Christina Horrisberger for her dedicated and distinguished public service, and extends its very best wishes for happiness and fulfillment in her retirement and future endeavors. Thank you. Now let's see. I will now invite Christina to share a few words if she's so inclined.
Thank you, Mayor Lorraine and council members. I am so inclined. I want to say thank you to you all, to the councils before you, and to my staff that I've worked with, to the city manager and the preceding city manager, and the community that I've worked with here in San Mateo for the experience that I have had here. It has been enriching and a privilege and an honor to work with everybody here. I think all of the projects have been interesting and enriching, and not without their challenges, that's for sure. But I don't think I've worked with a more engaged, educated, and interested community, and I don't think that I've had a better team anywhere that I have worked with, and that is in every department that I've worked with here. And because of the roles that I've had, it's been every single department. You know, I was in community development when I started. I moved to the city manager's office, and for a short time, I was interim city manager, which means that I was able to see up close and personal the work of every department in the city and to touch in some way all of the aspects of the community members here. And like I said, it's been my honor and my privilege, and I have appreciated every moment of it. So I appreciate that I have had this experience, and I thank you all for letting me.
Thank you. And if you'll join us at the center, we'd like to take a photo with you.
Just before we move on, I do want to note that we do have some folks standing in the back. We do have some available seats. If you're seated to the side, if you wouldn't mind, please scooching in a little bit and make some space for folks to come. We do have some available seats at the front. If you could please scooch in a little bit, we'll help make sure we get everyone a seat tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone for being with us for these celebrations. We are now moving beyond the ceremonial portion of tonight's meeting, which includes the business items being considered by the council. For that reason, I would just like to remind all in the room and online that we will be enforcing the rules of decorum. As such, we do not allow at this time forward for cheering, jeering, or booing during the business portion of the meeting, as this tends to put a chill on public comment. Our goal is to ensure that all perspectives are heard. Our motto is give respect, get respect, and we appreciate your cooperation with this. City Clerk, can you please read our consent calendar?
Certainly, Mayor Lorraine. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion. If discussion is desired, that item may be removed and considered separately. Item number 5, 2026-25 Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan Adoption. Item number 6, Wastewater Treatment Plant Immediate Actions Projects Package 3, Appropriation and Contingency Increase. Item number 7, On-Call Public Works Plan Review Services Amendments. Item number 8, Marina Lagoon Spot Dredging Agreement. Item number 9, 57 Otay Avenue Slide Repair Project Agreement. Item number 10, quarter ending March 31st, 2026 Investment Report. Item number 11, Fellow 1 and 2 New Classification Series Job Specification and Salary Schedules Approval. Item number 12, Recreation Program Transportation Services Agreement. Item number 13, Peninsula Clean Energy Name Change to Westlight Energy Ordinance Adoption. And finally, item number 14, Historic Policy Update Ordinance Adoption.
Thank you, City Clerk. Is there any member of the council who would like to pull an item from the consent calendar?
Through the mayor, I do not want to pull an item, but I would like to comment on items 5 and items 8, and I'm happy to wait until the end.
Okay, thank you. 5 and 8. We can wait until after the consent calendar may be passed. Thank you. Are there any members of the public? If there are any members of the public who would wish to comment on any consent calendar item, now would be the time to please make your comment. This is for the consent calendar items only. Again, if you're in chambers and you haven't had an opportunity yet, you can bring a request to speak slip to the city clerk. If you are online, this would be the time to raise your hand in the Zoom webinar.
Mr. Mayor, while
yes.
we are taking the last of public comment, I would appreciate the opportunity to comment on number 14.
Very well. Number 14. And City Clerk, please just let us know once you feel you have tabulated our number of comments.
Mayor Lorraine, we have received a total of 17 requests to speak on consent calendar items. Per adopted rules and procedures, that would set the time at 2 minutes per speaker. So we will begin with our speakers in chambers first. If you're joining us in chambers and I call your name, if you could please line up to my right, that'll help us make sure we receive all of your comments expeditiously. So we will begin with our first 3 speakers in chambers, which will be Richard Delaney, followed by Richard Delaney, followed by, sorry, bear with me one moment. Apologies. We will have Lit Solach, followed by Doug Deanna. Do we have anyone online, Martin? Yes, we do. And our final speaker in our virtual environment will be Melanie Farouk. Richard, go right ahead. You got 2 minutes.
Good evening. I object to the City Council approving the Historic Preservation Ordinance as written. There are still problems that are unresolved, and there are issues. I'm sure you will hear more about them. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I do have one that I think is new. There's another, and that's loss of value. I'm a commercial real estate broker. I have no business in San Mateo County, but the economic facts are the same here, there, or the other place. Real properties have 2 values. One is the economic value, and the other is the potential economic value. Many of the properties being declared historic have potential economic value in excess of their current value. One of the major causes of this discrepancy is Major T. There are other issues. The owners of this property would suffer an economic loss if their property were declared historic without their consent. A current example, and it's fairly well known, is the Marilyn Monroe house down in LA. There is a court case existing now, Marilyn Monroe homeowners versus the city of Los Angeles. And the fact was that the city declared her house historic without asking the owner, and ultimately the owner decided that he lost a lot of economic value and lost a lot of money. That's what the lawsuit is about. I urge the council to reject the ordinance as written, take no further action until the Baywood nomination is pulled, and start over with real incentives, proper public notice, owner consent, and an ordinance that we can all live with. There's no hurry to get this done. Let's do it right the first time.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers will be Lit Solach, followed by Doug Deanna and Chris Eggert.
Thank you for letting me speak today, Mayor Lorraine and City Council. I'm a homeowner here in San Mateo. I do have 2 properties, one on Fifth Avenue and one in the Village. And the Fifth Avenue property could easily be considered historic because it was a custom build in the 20s. And Unfortunately, it is not a house that is conducive to today's living environments. The house needs to be remodeled, and it needs to have itself updated to meet the living standards that someone would expect. My concern is that if an ordinance is adopted to change how houses are designated as historic, that leaves homeowners in a bind. How do they handle the cost of dealing with historic houses that they may not have expected when they first bought the properties? Also, how are they going to get the insurances that will be required and the cost of that insurance? We already live in a very high cost area. Adding additional burdens because of an age of a house does not necessarily make it historic. And not notifying a homeowner before doing a survey is going to cause a lot of hardship to either existing homeowners or homeowners that decide they can't afford to own a house that's considered historic, and then finding a buyer. Going back to the first speaker, that is going to be a difficult sell, especially in an area that is already very hard to buy in. So I just want to make sure that the council understands the effect that it's going to have on homeowners and how important are these designations being considered by the city council and the effect it's going to have in the environment.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Doug Deanna, followed by Chris Eckert and Joe Volponi.
Mayor and council, I'm Doug Deanna. You know me as Mr. Glazenwood. I want to take this opportunity to thank you again for your unanimous support of reaffirming our district as one of the only residential historic districts in San Mateo, which will be available for people from generations. Will be able to walk down our streets and see what old San Mateo looked like. 3 days ago, a Los Angeles law firm submitted amendments to tonight's ordinance and called them straightforward and simple fixes. And if their amendments don't lock down Glazenwood's historic status, what exactly are they fixing? Because the only thing that's straightforward that comes at the end of their letter is an explicit reservation of rights and a forthcoming objections letter. That's why I wrote the city attorney and asked 3 specific legal questions about how their language affects Glazenwood's designation, its demolition protections, and the city's own environmental findings. And why I'm here tonight, to find out if those questions have been answered positively in writing. If they haven't, the fix is simple and straightforward. Reject the amendments and pass the ordinance as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Chris Eckert, followed by Joe Volponi, and then we will have an organized presentation led by Frank Elliott.
Mayor Lorraine, Council, my name is Chris Eckert, and I'm a resident of Glazenwood. On April 20th, this council voted 5-0 to designate Glazenwood as a historic district. That vote was the result of months of work and 83% homeowner consent. The proposed amendments raise a direct question. Does the new language in the historic resource definition conflict with section 27.66.030, which explicitly protects historic districts designated by the resolution before this ordinance takes effect, including Glazenwood's April 20th designation? Before this council acts on any amendment tonight, I would ask, has the city attorney confirmed that answer in writing? Please protect what you've already voted for. Adopt the ordinance as written tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Joe Volponi, followed by Frank Elliott and Eleanor Dogan.
Thank you. The entire historic designation issue has already cost the city a considerable amount of money in terms of time, energy, resources. And this is all taxpayer dollars, and it comes with a city that's with a budget deficit. And for what? You know, if Glazenwood has the majority of their people that are in favor of this, fine, that's great for Glazenwood, but to a blanket thing across the whole city to appease a small group that thinks they have the right to trample over the property rights of individual owners that have purchased these properties. The overwhelming majority of people in San Mateo aren't in favor of this, and they strenuously oppose it, yet it continues to push forward. More costs. After trying to establish Baywood as a historic district, only to find out that the majority of the residents there wouldn't consent to it, this group has now targeted 124 individual properties scattered throughout San Mateo. And those people, nobody even bothered to inform them. Certainly didn't give them a choice. None of them asked for that designation, and none of them are getting any benefit from it. Yet, it's just being foisted on them. So before the council spends more money with a budget deficit on this program to update surveys and the like, I appreciate it if we would just stop the madness and allow individual homeowners to opt in or opt out on their properties. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to our organized presentation, which will be Frank Elliott speaking on behalf of a number of residents. We'll set the timer at 5 minutes. Yep. Okay.
Good evening. I had a formal slide presentation prepared tonight, but after talking to a few council members, I've pivoted, and so I'm changing and doing this a little on the fly. I'm going to use two of my slides, and that's it. And I have 5 main points to make tonight. First of all, I want to address why we are here. There was a working assumption that Heritage Alliance would drop their nomination with the state if we engage in this local process. That was the understanding. That was the deal. $500,000 later, it did not happen. Broken promise number one. Number two, until a few months ago, I was told by Council Member Lisa Diaz-Nash, don't worry about the nomination. You can influence the restrictions when we get through the ordinance update. Turns out that was false. This ordinance has nothing to do with Baywood. Broken promise number two. Now, Lisa, I think you might have believed that at the time, but we were misinformed. I'd ask that you think about how to correct that. Third, don't we notify people before we create laws that take away their rights? Apparently not for the 1989 properties. Ordinance change for 124 properties with no notice to these people. These owners are stunned. They have no idea what's going on, only because we went out, reached out to them and told them. Fourth, I am told that the owners should have known this because they were mentioned in a 37-year-old survey, because they're in a general plan. Are those 124 properties listed in the general plan? Were owners formally notified? Staff tells us they were not officially listed as historic. Is staff wrong on this issue? You're hearing from these owners by email. Many of them are here tonight. Why don't you ask them? I've heard from John Mays, and most of you say it, 124 owners should not be forced into the inventory except under rare circumstances. That is the intention. I'm fine with that. The problem is that's not what your wording says. It says something different. We need precision in the ordinance, not ambiguity. Here's what I'm asking for, some simple things that you can do. First, pull us off the agenda. You have Glazenwood people that are confused about what's in there. Bring it back with language that says what you mean. You mean that you're going to only push people through if it's overwhelming evidence. Define that. Be explicit. Two, we've got some owners that thought they were in the inventory. Let's, like Glazenwood people, let's fast track those people in, just like we did for Glazenwood. Why should they be discriminated against? And three, demand transparency from the Heritage Alliance. Demand open meetings. Demand transparency. Demand disclosure of what their future targets are. Why are you tolerating the secrecy? In conclusion, you think we're complaining. The Baywood people have gotten nothing at all out of this process. Yes, we got consent language, but that does absolutely nothing for Baywood. It'll help some other people that may try to be designated locally, except apparently the 128 people, 124. This preservation climate is poisoned, not because of what I did, because of one rogue organization. We want to work together and find common ground. They do not. They want to force this on us. And I'll offer one other thing. If anybody wants to volunteer to be historic, particularly these preservationists, Lisa Nash, Mike Nash, Lori Heater, Lisa Vivi, Tom Leese, I'll pay to have the studies done so you can wave them in to be historic. Lead us by example. Show us how much you like this. Council, please continue this item. You can fix this. It's not hard. There's just a few simple things you have to do. I just listed them. Fix the language, demand transparency on a regular basis from Heritage Alliance, and help this community heal. We are divided. You should see that in the audience right now. This is not right, and you're pushing this through without hearing the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next individual speaker will be Eleanor Dogan, followed by Andrew Ryan and Lori Heater.
Thank you, Council, for your sacrifices and devotion to the city, and for representing those who can't be at City Council meetings because they have jobs, kids, or health issues. They really depend on you to defend them. Marion, thank you. Marion and Alan could not be here tonight. Both in their 90s, Marion and Alan have lived in their San Mateo home for 45 years. They have lovingly maintained it over those decades, and they regularly check their mail. And yet, they had no idea that a survey was being conducted 36 years ago. And that a survey could put their house on a list that made it historic. They definitely would have objected to being surveyed. Council agreed in January that express owner consent should be a prerequisite before owners and their properties are forced into a historic designation, which carries significant costs and restrictions. Please do not survey or list properties against owner consent, where the very act of doing so creates historic restrictions. Put that budget to better use. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Andrew Ryan, followed by Lori Heater and Lisa Van de Voorde.
No consent, no historic. Consent is what less red tape has been fighting for. Consent is what the voters want. And consent is what council agreed to. Consent is the only way to avoid neighborhood strife like we have in Baywood. And now the council is poised to declare 124 homes historic without owner consent. If you go ahead with this, you're going to have a lot of angry residents. Council, please don't write these homes into the ordinance. What's the rush? No one's coming to destroy these homes. They don't need saving. If you want to preserve these homes, take your time, work with the owners, get consent, give them financial incentives, and work the costs into the overall city budget. And speaking of budget, the city is lying to us about the financial impact of historic. Look in your agenda. Page 2 of tonight's agenda clearly states no budget impact for historic. Surely you cannot be serious. Serving 124 homes, a brand new 7-member commission, new regulations, and somehow this costs nothing? That's impossible. We're in a $17 million budget deficit, and you're spending money that you don't have on things that people don't want. Police, fire, sewer, parks, safe streets, libraries. That's what people want, not historic. And I'll be voting no on any tax increases you put in front of me in the next foreseeable future, that's for sure. No consent, no historic.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Lori Heater, followed by Lisa Van de Voorde and Ashley Zerpa.
Good evening, Mayor Lorraine and council members. Thank you for the work you've done to fill out our historic ordinance. I was going to talk tonight about some of the missing parts of the ordinance and how one of the big concerns I have is that the new ordinance takes away the council review of demolition. It weakens the protections for historic, and my opinion is that the historic ordinance is less strong than the previous ordinance because of a number of these factors that staff included in the ordinance. And I'm also have to say that I'm disappointed that so few people have really read the ordinance. I know it's complicated, I know it's difficult, but it is only 10 pages. And if you read the ordinance, I think you will see that if Baywood was identified as an historic district, there would be no change in anybody's operation of their home, of how the city addresses changes to the homes. And I hope that you will approve this ordinance so we can stop the madness. As they say, this should be a living document, and I hope that there will continue to be improvements. And I just want to close by saying that historic preservation is not something I made up. It's not new. It's a shared value at the city level. It's been in our general plan since the Historic Preservation Act was passed in 1970. And you know, this is a shared value nationally and internationally. So what we're doing here isn't different from what anyone else does. It doesn't take away your property rights. All this does is try and keep the harmony of the neighborhood. It's the same thing that's in the single family guidelines. So I urge you to please keep this on consent and let's move forward.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Lisa Vandervoort, followed by Ashley Zerpa and Betsy Blossett.
Good evening, City Council. I'd like to speak to the topic of owner consent and see if we can stop this fear-mongering once and for all. There has been repeated messaging suggesting that property owners would have no voice under this ordinance. That is simply not correct. For properties identified in the 1989 historic survey, owners are not automatically locked into a permanent designation. If a property is considered for the historic resources inventory, there will be a public hearing, owners will be heard, and the ordinance provides a formal process for removal or delisting. Homeowners can indeed opt out. So while some are demanding absolute owner consent in every circumstance, this ordinance already contains significant compromise and multiple opportunities for owner participation. Historic preservation is not solely a private matter. Historic resources are community assets that contribute to the identity and character of San Mateo. And the ones that are identified in the 1989 survey are some of the most critical in terms of their historic significance. Compromise means neither side gets everything it wants. And this ordinance already leans heavily towards property owner protections. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next two speakers will be Ashley Zerpa, followed by Betsy Blossett.
Hi, Council. So today I want to talk to you. I am a North Central resident. Today I want to talk to you about why I think, we need to just push this preservation ordinance through. Like, they're complaining already that it's taken too much time, it's taken too much money. These are just words they keep saying. Everyone's saying the same exact thing. It's more like a sheep herd mentality. They're saying what they're told to say. So I'm here to tell you to realize that maybe these people haven't even read the ordinance, because there is a choice. Owners do get consent, and it is in the ordinance if they read that. And they will know that even though their house may be listed on the historical resources inventory, the owner has the option of going to a public hearing and voicing their concerns. And they also have the opportunity to remove their property from this heritage resource inventory. And they do that by following the delisting procedures in the ordinance. So the fact that they say owner consent is not met, I guess they haven't read the document. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our final speaker in chambers will be Betsy. Is Betsy, are you with us?
Good evening. My name is Betsy Blosser, and I have been a member of the Unitarian Universalists of San Mateo for more than 35 years. I am here representing myself as a member. I'm on the board of that organization, but I am not representing that board. I am here to oppose the designation of a building as a historical resource without the consent of the building's owner. The restrictions that come with that designation may have the effect of limiting the use of that building and/or the alteration of the building to facilitate that use. Building owners require a voice in this designation process. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to our virtual environment where our first speaker will be John Farrow. John, please unmute your mic.
Thank you very much. I too am a member of the Unitarian Universalist Church on Santa Ynez. Our building was included in the 1989 survey without any notice or content or consent by us. And under the proposed ordinance, it could be listed without consent. We understand that we would get notice and there would be a public hearing at which we would have the opportunity to hire an architectural historian if we could find one and afford to pay him to contest the listing, or we might be able to delist it using the same process. But this is going to impose a significant burden on us, and it's unfair that only the buildings on this survey are exempted from the owner consent provisions. There's no particular reason to force this process on us without there being some urgent need for it. If in fact there's a discretionary permit required for one of the buildings on the list, you have CEQA. You can deal with the issues of historic preservation through CEQA. But when we come in and ask to change out a window, we already go through a lot of rigmarole. We've just spent $2 million remodeling the interior of the church, and we have been very careful to preserve its historic qualities. We don't need to have the city tell us how to do our remodeling. And I think that if you impose this on us, you're just imposing bureaucracy and additional costs. We're a church, we can't afford it. We ask that you remove section 2766060A5, which is the provision that will allow designation without owner consent. All of the rest of the buildings, all the rest of the process.
Oh, we should tell Rachel.
Owner consent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now move on to our next speaker, which will be Tracy Valponi. Tracy, please unmute your mic. Go ahead, Tracy. Tracy, I'm seeing your mic is unmuted. Please go ahead and give your public comment. Tracy, we're unable to hear you, so unfortunately we're going to move on. Oh, yes, Tracy, we can hear you.
Great. Can you hear me for sure?
Yes, we can.
Several of us spoke with some of the homeowners on the 1989 survey list who are slated to become historic without consent. Not one of them I spoke with knew anything about this. Upon learning their property was being focused on in this fashion, the emotions we encountered ranged from shock, outrage, panic, and disbelief. They could not understand how the city could do this to them without their knowledge or consent. Many questioned if this was even legal. Some sent letters to the council too, which I'm sure you received. There is no goodwill to be gained if the city council attempts to dictate historic without consent on these unsuspecting homeowners. I urge the council not to approve this ordinance unless consent for each of these individual homeowners is added, or remove it from tonight's consent agenda until these affected homeowners have a meaningful opportunity to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to our next speaker, DeBoer. DeBoer, please unmute your mic.
Hi, this is Deborah Athens, and I live in Glazenwood, and I'm reacting to the objections to the Historic District ordinances and the recent involvement from the Los Angeles law firm. The firm that submitted these proposed amendments is Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. It's a national law firm with offices in Washington, D.C., Denver, Las Vegas, and Los Angeles. They lobby Congress. They represent developers on major infrastructure projects. Their own recent letter to the city closes with a reservation of rights and a notice of a forthcoming objections letter. So I ask this council one question. Why would a law firm of that scale submit last-minute amendments to a San Mateo historic preservation ordinance? Just 3 days before a consent calendar vote while simultaneously preserving their litigation rights. So I ask, please adopt the ordinance as written. Do not amend it tonight without a city attorney opinion. Before the council considers any changes to this ordinance, we ask that the city council review those proposed changes in writing and confirm that they do not undermine what this council has already voted for in a 5-0 vote. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be Melanie. Melanie, please unmute your mic.
Good evening, Mayor Lorraine and council members. My name is Melanie Fore, Community Impact Manager at Upwards. I'm actually speaking on item 5, the CDBG Annual Action Plan, and
Melanie.
on behalf of the Boost team. Sorry?
Oh, no, please continue.
Oh, sorry. I just really wasn't planning on speaking, but I did want to express our gratitude for your continued support for championing San Mateo's in-home childcare providers. Boost supports low to moderate income family childcare providers in strengthening and growing their business. This is through personalized coaching and hands-on operational support. We help providers increase enrollment, stabilize revenue, create local teaching assistant jobs, and expand access to affordable, high-quality care. I also just want to add that any family in San Mateo can access dedicated care specialists who can help find them care that suits their unique needs, including emergency backup care in less than 24 hours. And if you can hopefully not hear my little ones in the background as a working mom with 2 toddlers, that's something I know that's like really a game changer. So I'm always happy to answer any questions year round, both as an Upwards representative, but also a parent who will always be grateful for the providers who cared for my little ones. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Mayor Lorraine, that concludes public comment on the consent calendar.
Thank you very much. I will close public comment on the consent calendar items. I'll just look to staff and see if they would like to comment on anything we've heard.
Sure. So seeing as the historic policy ordinances were not removed from consent, the council is free to simply take action on the entire consent calendar if it wishes. You could also ask me to weigh in on some of the comments that you've heard this evening if you like, but you don't have to. So I'll pump the question to the mayor if you would like me to weigh in on some of the comments we've heard.
Yes, I think for the public benefit, I would appreciate it.
Sure. So I won't go into every detail, but I'll say you have options at this point. I mean, one option is, of course, to adopt the historic ordinances as written. I will say that just procedurally, if you wanted to make a change to the ordinance, you could, but then that would require reintroduction of the ordinance. And just depending on the scale of the changes, that could require doing so at a future noticed public hearing. So that's just something to keep in mind. Another component of all this is that what's in front of you now is the outcome of a pretty robust discussion at the last council meeting where the staff implemented exactly what the council directed. So that's what's in front of you, and that's why it's on the consent calendar, because there have been no deviations what the council directed. I'll just make another couple of quick notes here. One is that if you look at the existing historic ordinance and what's being proposed, I would think of it in a couple of different ways. One is that the proposed ordinance carries forward language that addresses what review is required for individually eligible historic resources, and also addresses demolition with some refinements. It's not exactly the same, but it's largely the same with no significant expansion or narrowing of what's protected. And the idea there is to protect resources from alteration or demolition, even those that have not necessarily been designated as a historic resource by the council, but it's still broader than that. So that's kind of one, I'll say, pillar of the current ordinance in front of you. That's a carryover from the existing ordinance. The other piece of the new ordinance is, the proposed ordinance, is the idea of owner consent for to designate properties as being part of the inventory, either an individual structure or a more elaborate process for designating a historic district, which I won't go into the details of that now. But that's with expanded definitions and other elements that were discussed in great detail at the last council meeting. So that's how I would summarize the proposed ordinance. It also includes, at council's direction, the exception to the owner consent process for properties that are on the 1989 survey, which, by the way, is not an inventory. It was not adopted as an inventory. It was a survey, and it creates a process where the council could, after owner notification, following a public process, to add those to the inventory. This ordinance doesn't, in and of itself, add those properties to the inventory. And with respect to the 1989 survey, the council directed, not as part of the ordinance, as part of the motion, to update the survey. And so that action hasn't occurred yet. That would first require action by the council to approve an ordinance. It also then would require implementation and then actually updating the survey. And then the council would have to vote later on the outcome of that implementation, whether any one of those properties should be added to the local inventory. I think I'll stop there instead of going into more detail, but bottom line is the council, you could just make a motion to adopt the entire consent calendar, including the proposed historic ordinances. But if you have any more questions, you could direct them to me, but I see the city manager wants to weigh in.
So just real quickly on the 1989 survey and the direction that council gave us is before we even embark on this initiative, I'll be bringing back a contract along with the scope of services that this council will have to make a decision on whether or not they want to move forward with that. And that would probably happen later on this fall. So there is no updates happening to the survey at this current moment. We'll be bringing back a contract per your guys' direction at the last meeting with the scope of services and get your guys' approval. If you guys approve to move forward, then we move forward on that initiative. And then it goes into exactly what the city attorney has stated as the overall process. So there's been no activity or action on updating the 1989 survey at this point in time.
Thank you both for that input. And Deputy Mayor Fernandez, if you'd like to make a comment.
Not at this time.
Okay. In that case, I will look to see if anyone else has any comments. Right. And I would entertain a motion to pass the consent calendar.
So moved.
I would entertain a second. All right. I'm just.
We're in the middle of a motion. I was going to say something, but I can't say it now, can I? I opted not to. Okay, second.
Yeah, we have a motion in a second. City Clerk.
Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Councilmember Svirko-Gaditsky?
Yes.
Mayor Lorraine?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
I understand Councilmember Svirko-Gaditsky has some comments she'd like to make about some items.
Yes. Back to item number 5, as a member of the public mentioned. This year's CBDG plan spreads nearly $900,000 across core community priorities like infrastructure upgrades, nonprofits, social services, fair housing, micro-business assistance, and home repair. And I wanted to call out that more than $460,000 of that is actually going towards street, sidewalk, and pedestrian improvements in North Shoreview and North Central neighborhoods. And I know people have a lot of questions about transportation and safety upgrades. So again, that's $460,000 plus going towards 2 equity priority communities. I'll just let everybody clear out for a second. I have one more item I'd like to comment on. The second item is item number 8, which is the Marina Lagoon spot dredging amendment. I was very happy to see that the council approved this. The Marina Lagoon has not been dredged since 1980, and there have been several residents, there's even one here tonight, Rick Sakuda, who have been advocating for dredging for over 30 years. This project means a great deal to a lot of community members. It will be the dredging of Burrell Creek at 19th Avenue and the dredging of Leslie Creek at 16th Avenue. So this impacts everyone in the city. It's a major safety improvement. And I just want to say thank you to the last council and this council for all your support and for really advocating. And I want to say thank you to all the residents from Laguna Vista, the Village, Baywood, Shoreview, everybody who advocated for the flood-free San Mateo initiative and for the stormwater project. It took us 4 years, and this is a huge step forward for everyone in the community towards safety. So thank you.
Thank you. And I think I will just try to make a brief comment about item 14, which is to say that I appreciate everyone who came and gave public comment on it tonight. I certainly heard you, and I guess I'll just throw out a belief that the idea behind introducing a mechanism by which the council could designate something historic was, in my mind, included out of an understanding that there may be historic properties within our city that nearly everyone in our city could agree has some historic significance. But as has been discussed by staff, nothing is being designated tonight. And I would certainly hope that the first considerations would not happen until after we update the survey, and then following that, begin looking for those properties who have property owners who are interested in being included in the historic resource inventory first, to obtain designations by consent, and to offer assistance through the mechanism to those property owners through potentially offering incentives that can be explored through the Historic Resources Commission that we are going to be adding. And to me, I just am of the hope and belief that that is the direction we would take following next steps. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. I am the council member for District 2, and so I have the most properties in my district that are on the 1989 survey. I want to thank everybody for reaching out to me about this topic. And if you'll remember at the last meeting, I was the one who said that I was not supportive of including any properties that did not include direct owner consent. I unfortunately didn't have the votes on that. But that said, I do have faith in our community, and I do have our faith in our city staff and the processes that we're working on to move forward on this. We are going to have at least 2 more, I believe, public meetings on this topic. Is that right, City Manager Kajikian?
At minimum.
At minimum. We've developed a strong partnership with Rincon, our consultant on this. And at this time, I feel like the best thing that I can do, although I do truly believe that owner consent is paramount, is allow the process to play out as we move forward. And I just want to make sure that I'm hearing the folks who are here against the big sort of lump sum of adding all of these properties to a historic register. I'm hearing you. Please know you'll continue to have an ally in me, but I really do want to see what this process will yield before we take any major measures against the direction we're flowing right now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. And with that, we will move on to general public comment. So this is an opportunity for public comment on any items that are not on the agenda tonight. Members of the public wishing to comment on any item not appearing on the agenda may address the City Council at this time. State law prevents council from taking action on any matter that's not on the agenda. Your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. This public comment section is generally limited to a total of 15 minutes. However, that is subject to council's discretion and can be extended if council wishes to do so. If needed, an opportunity for additional public comment may also be provided later in the agenda. City Clerk, can you please tally the total number of requests to speak on general public comment?
Mayor Lorraine, I've received a total of 3 individual requests to speak, and I have 1 organized presentation. In our virtual environment, I'm not seeing any hands raised. If you wish to speak on general public comment, please raise your hand now. I will give you just a few moments to do so, after which we will be announcing the name of our final speaker. We'll be not receiving any additional requests to speak after that time. Mayor Lorraine, that caps the individual speakers at 3. Our final speaker for individual speakers in council chambers will be Michael Reagan, and we'll begin with an organized presentation from Vikash Bhagwandan on behalf of a number of residents.
Good evening, Mayor Lorraine, Deputy Mayor Fernandez, Emeritus Mayor Nash and Newsom, and Council Member Swerko-Godiski. Our presentation tonight will be to offer a viable solution for the residents of District Number 2 who are suffering from the lifestyle changes on Humboldt Street. Please don't cringe, but smile, because we're offering a solution, a viable solution to an equity priority community. I will start with the problems and then provide a solution. Next slide, please. Okay, as you know, parking is a problem, but there's more. Once you put your walking shoes on and go walk on Humboldt Street, you will see that there are a lot of problems there. Number 1, pedestrian safety. Next, fire safety. Why? I lost a family member in the Palisades fire. This is a concern, big concern for me. I was also born in District Number 2, so this is very near and dear to me. Poor drainage, which can lead to mild flooding, which can also lead to road erosion. Next slide, please. As you can see here, these are slides just showing me with my trusty camera on my phone, 6 to 12 inches of elevation up and down Humboldt Street. Next slide, please. Same thing, this can be elevated from tree roots up to 18 inches. This is a problem for pedestrian safety, a major problem. Next slide, please. When it comes to fire safety, we see power lines running through tree branches. Fire zone statistics do not apply here. Why? Because the embers from these, when they burn, will land on the shake roofs, and that is why we actually discontinued fireworks in San Mateo. Next slide. As you can see, the same thing. Power lines running into the tree branches. Next slide, please. Poor drainage. If you notice, accumulated water. This is 1 week after the rain. The water has not drained, nor has it evaporated. Why? Because the gutters are not pitched correctly. It's a legacy gutters, and they were not done correctly to begin with. They need to be pitched into the storm drains, and storm drains are only at the ends of the blocks. They're not in the middle like Norfolk Street. Next slide, please. Same thing, accumulated into the driveways of community members and residents. Next slide, please. So I would like to offer a very common sense solution, which is remove the planter strips, which are non-functional, although people would say they are functional. Next slide, please. As you can see on Norfolk Street, we get 6 feet of bike lanes, we get 6 feet of parking, and we have nice flow of traffic. This is on Norfolk and Noe. This is only 46 feet wide. When Trina and I go measure the width of Humboldt, we find that it's 42 feet, but each planter is only 2.5 feet. So if you remove them on both sides, you have 47 feet. Guess what? You have an extra foot to spare to possibly make the bike lanes wider. Next slide, please. So our rationales are, this is a win-win solution for safety and social well-being, pedestrians, residents, and cyclists. So we ask as a community, from an equity priority community, to pivot away from a one-way $10 million option, which would also be in the opposite direction, to a street widening project. The widening street is more cost effective. What we need is feasibility study with community oversight. Next slide, please. The benefits of street widening: it restores parking for your social well-being. Can you imagine if your family can't visit you? I've been there. It took me a half an hour to find parking when we went for a measurement. Can you imagine if you can't celebrate birthdays, anniversaries, play dates with kids? Right now, they can't do that. It's very tough. Okay. Pedestrian safety, I just talked about, and cyclists will get safety with wider bike lanes. Next slide, please. Some added benefits: fire safety from the tree branches, proper drainage. Now you don't have to worry about road erosion, longevity of your streets. And it eliminates a financial burden for an equity priority community. Next slide, please. And the cost. We really don't know what the cost is. If I came here to you with a budget, the city would come up with their own, and they would be quite different. So what we are asking for is a feasibility study. A call from JU said that they can range from 1.4 to $1.7 million. Well, that's a far cry from a $10 million or a $20 million project. So I would ask that we look into grants and other mechanisms of getting this done. Next slide, please. That's it. And what I would like to finally leave you with is this. It was once said about innovation in government: anyone who comes into your office with an idea, and it may be the silliest idea in the world, listen to them and never ridicule them. This was from Democratic Congressman Thomas P. O'Neill, Tip O'Neill. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will now move to our individual request to speak, where our first speaker will be May Lee. May, please come up to the podium. And that'll be followed by Rick Zakuda and Michael Reagan.
Thank you. This is May. Last name is Lee. I'm a resident homeowner in San Mateo for over 26 years with my husband. We live in Lauderdale. So today, I previously shared something kind of a little bizarre. I detected a high radio frequency after my longtime neighbor shared her symptoms with me. And also we have 7 street lights that cover with this deflectors right in front of our buildings. So I add up all these with my other experiences, both medical and the other bizarre experience. So basically, I got a mysterious eye laser like retina burns in the end of 2022. And I also got a mysterious head indentation and also the tiny bumps. And then I captured both on my head and also on my skin. This was back in 2024. And after a long time, over 15 years of suspicious of my husband back get a lot of bumps. And I believe what we've been attacked, a lot of people probably got the same experience based on my recurring record symptoms, is we've been getting something called a directive energy weapon. And that's why they burn the trees, because it's causing thermal effects. And with the nanosensors we carry not knowing it, so basically, it generates this thermal effects causing this sensors that moving inside us, and the signals can be retrieved through visible light data communications, as I mentioned before, and also something called a solar management. And so basically, I don't know if you can get a closer look of this page. And then there is a retired fireman called Jesse Beltran, and also an induced mental illness case, long time. Her name is Bonnie Kylerby, and there are other experts been sharing their knowledge online. And I hope we all can do some homework, and I will share more physical symptoms next time. So my goal is trying to get general public a proper diagnosis for nanosensors, which is very small. And also, just so you know, this is someone put in our home. not belong to us. This happened last year, and I will come back next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next two speakers will be Rick Sakuda, and our final speaker will be Michael Reagan.
Well, here we go again. This has dragged on for well over 3.5 years, so let's look at what we already know. The decision to implement this bike lane by the prior administration was short-sighted, rushed, and ignored the resident community. Quoting Mayor Amo Lee in public statements, she said, "We made a mistake and did not consider the trade-offs. If we had to do it over again, it would have a different result." We know the bike lane is sparsely used. Maybe that's not mentioned, but we all know it. We've been down there, and there's no traffic there. In the past 3.5 years, as I go by Humboldt, I have yet to see a bike in the southbound bike lane. And what's undeniable is that in the dead of night and off-peak hours, during the rain, storms, and inclement weather, no one is using that bike lane. And the residents are denied parking 24/7. It's very difficult to drive down Humboldt and see the empty parking spaces and no bicycles using it. It's been 3.5 years. If they were going to come, they would have already been there by now. There's been no balancing of the trade-off for the detriment caused to the North Central community. The numbers don't work, and the impact on the community is unwarranted. We know there is a huge disparity in power, privilege, influence, and resources between the opposing sides on this issue. The pro-bicycle faction are well-funded, privileged professionals with guidance and support from a large, far-reaching, out-of-town coalition. On the other side are the residents. You know them. They are an equity priority community. San Mateo is only one. They are people of color, low income, limited English proficiency, seniors, single-parent families, people with disabilities, rent-burdened households, and I'll add they are immigrants and families with food and healthcare insecurities. These are people struggling to get by day to day. They don't need the extra burden of trying to find parking every time they leave the house to go work 2 jobs. Historically, these communities have been underrepresented and easily fall prey to outsiders with more power and influence, and their communities can never thrive and grow. The 215 parking spaces that have been taken away amount for 1,878,000 lost parking hours per year. You compare that to the real hours that the southbound bike lane utilizes, there's no reasonable trade-off on that. I think the city owes it to the residents of North Central to find an equitable solution. As was mentioned so well by Mr. Vakash, there is a plan for a one-way street, and there's also the original plan, which the residents favor, of the shared bike lane or bicycle boulevard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final speaker and for general public comment will be Michael Reagan.
Good evening. First, I'm here to support the North Central neighborhood on this topic. And I want to thank our city manager, Alex, and Matt Fabry, Public Works. They had a meeting with us last week. So I think the issue is still relevant. I think that you realize up there that this bike lane has been kind of a put in miscalculation. I don't think it works. I think that's been proven. And I think you owe it to this neighborhood. As with the last group that was here, this neighborhood does not have the clout or the resources to influence you the way that they would love to. But the harm that's been brought to this neighborhood has been particularly difficult for anybody that looks at the big picture to understand that you guys up there can do something about it. It's okay to make a mistake. It's okay to admit to a mistake, but to correct a mistake is harder to do. And if it's just a financial consideration that this has not been remedied, I think that is inexcusable. The presentation today was an effort to try to remedy the issue, and I think there is a remedy if this doesn't work, but I think that you owe it to the neighborhood to resurrect the parking in the neighborhood and give them back what they sorely need. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Lorraine, that concludes general public comment.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Can I just ask the city manager a clarification question about Humboldt? Were you going to make a comment anyways?
Not about Humboldt. I was going to talk about flipping the next item with Bespoke, since there's a large audience here. I was going to ask to see if the council's willing to do that, but go ahead.
So is it my understanding the next meeting is
This fall?
On Humboldt?
That is correct. We're going to bring an item back to the council just basically off of the investigative work and the exploration of this one-way street option.
Mm-hmm.
And
For
so
the feasibility.
Yeah, the feasibility of that.
Is
But
there
just
going-
real quick, before I say the fall, Matt Fabry, where are you? Do we have a month in mind?
Looking at August potentially?
Oh, this summer. So in August.
And the next meeting, there's a transportation update for the whole city, correct?
That is correct.
Will you be touching on Humboldt at all at that point?
It might be just part of a larger package overall, because we are literally covering everything under the umbrella of transportation that we're doing here. I'd say the bigger focus on Humboldt will be at that August meeting.
Okay. And I just want to remind the public that we can't take action on public comment.
That is correct.
Yep.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nicole Fernandez.
And I just want to thank my community, North Central, for showing up. And on this topic, I still support removal, but that's where I am. I was wondering if the city manager could tell me if what the outcome or assessment of the meeting that you had last week was. Can you talk about the meeting that you had with our community
With
members?
the community group?
Yeah, can you?
It was just really, I heard the same presentation that Vikash gave to the council.
Mm-hmm.
And I let them know that we are currently working off the direction that council gave us earlier this year. That's what we do. We take direction from this majority of council and we move forward with that. And if we were to pivot, it would take council action in order to pivot
Thank you.
on that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I will close general public comment and thank those who gave public comments. And now I believe we can move on, except the city manager had a proposal.
I was hoping that, understanding the audience, and I believe they're all here for the Bespoke Development Project this evening, a majority of them. So I was hoping maybe we could flip the Fashion Island or put Bespoke up next, and then we can hear Fashion Island after that, if the council so wishes.
Any objections? Okay, I see none, and I think we could go ahead with that proposal.
Okay,
Thank you.
we'll have Rachel, if you want to come on up.
So we'll move on to what was listed in the agenda as item 16, which is 445 South B Street, Bespoke, new mixed-use development approval and ordinance introduction. We have a presentation from Assistant City Manager Christina Horrisberger and Rachel Horst, our Housing and Neighborhood Services Manager.
Good evening, council members. I'm Rachel Horst, Housing and Neighborhood Services Manager, and I'm joined by Assistant City Manager Christina Horrisberger. We're going to be giving you background on the 455 South B Street project known as Bespoke. So some background here for you on the project site. As you can see, it's outlined in red here. It occupies an entire city block. It consists of 4 parcels. It's bounded by East 4th Avenue to the northwest, South Railroad Avenue and the Caltrain right-of-way to the northeast, South B Street to the southwest, and East 5th Avenue to the southeast. And it's also adjacent to Kiku Crossing, which is the affordable housing development on city-owned land. And it's also located within a half a mile of the Caltrain downtown station. It's currently developed with 4 commercial buildings, and it also has a city-owned surface parking lot on it, which is the part outlined in yellow. The project site is 1.16 acres in size. It has a general plan land use designation of downtown retail core and a zoning designation of central business residential overlay. And it's also 1 block south of the downtown historic district. So here is a broad outline of milestones to date with this project. We can go back to January 2021 when the City Council adopted a resolution declaring the city-owned site at East 4th Avenue and South Railroad surplus lands. So pursuant to the Surplus Lands Act, a notice of land availability was released, and then interested parties or developers that are registered with the state California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, are notified and could respond. And in October 2021, the developer group, which consists of Prometheus Real Estate Group, Harvest Properties, and Alta Housing, which is an affordable housing developer, that group was selected to develop what is known as the Talbot site, the city-owned parking lot. They also proposed to acquire the adjacent parcels, which is why we see a development on the entire city block. So their ability to assemble those parcels allowed for a greater number of affordable units on the city property. This, in October 2021, the City Council also directed staff to enter the city into an exclusive negotiation agreement with that developer team. And in September, October 2022, there was public outreach, a community meeting, and Planning Commission study session on the potential project, which was then refined and is the project that you see today. In May 2023 and September 2024, there were City Council study sessions where the deal terms of this project were refined. This is a complex project with many deal terms that required significant time to hash out. In September 2024 to the present, we continue to revise those terms and then draft the legal documents that codify those. So in summary, this project has been in the works for some time, going back to October 2021 to now. There have been 4 extensions to that ENA, the Exclusive Negotiation Agreement. This is a multi-party negotiation with the city acting in multiple roles, including as a property owner, but also as a development partner and as a regulatory authority. And so what we see today is a proposal for a commercial office development with an affordable housing component, mixed-use development, that maximizes, as I said, the affordable housing on the site, which is 71 units of affordable housing because of the unique ability of this developer team to acquire those adjacent parcels and create this larger mixed-use development that activates the entire block. Next slide. So here we'll touch on the project agreements and assurances. As you can see from the packet, there are many agreements associated with this project. And it's important to note that in addition to the agreements, there are things that are unique about this project, one of which is that it's phase construction on a shared podium. That is to say, the commercial developer will be constructing an underground parking garage on which there will be a podium, and on top of that podium, the commercial and the residential vertical structures will be built. They will not be built at exactly the same time. The affordable housing depends on the completion of the garage and their ability to assemble public financing, low-income tax credits among those. And so all parties in this project have a shared need for certainty of being able to complete the affordable housing, of having a regulatory environment and other development conditions that are conducive to completing this project. So here are some key terms. There are many more. They're outlined broadly in the report for this evening, but we'll call out some of them here. One of them is the ground lease for the residential development. So the city will ground lease the city-owned parking lot to the residential developer, to Alta Housing, for the residential development. The city will also loan $3 million in the form of a construction loan for the affordable housing. The commercial developer, as I said, will build the parking garage and the podium on which the residential will be built. The commercial developer is also making a $2.9 million contribution to the affordable housing, and that will be used for pre-development costs. It will be deposited with the city, and then the city will disperse those funds to Alta Housing to pay for those pre-development costs. Other project assurances, there are many, include a $3 million deposit from the commercial developer, a $3.5 million additional deposit. These are both deposits, so these are made at different points in the project schedule to ensure that we see affordable housing at the end of the project schedule, and so they are returned if the affordable housing indeed is built. If it is not, these will be held by the city. And there's also a $100,000 per year deposit from the commercial developer, and this is until the building permit of the garage is issued. So that's up to 4 years in the project schedule. So the $100,000 per year represents something like rent for the city-owned land, which is currently tied up in this project. And so were the affordable housing to fall through, were the project to fall through, then the city would receive that money, the $400,000. This is all, I think, made more salient if you're reviewing the schedule of performance. You can see exactly when these deposits are to be made, when they would be retained, and this schedule of performance is included in the Disposition and Development Agreement, or the DDA, which I'll review in a moment. These are binding milestones that by a certain date, a particular event has to occur, such as applying for building permit or closing on financing or issuing a building permit. And these milestones have buffers, meaning that there is additional time allowed for events that are outside the control of the parties. But then those buffer dates, we call them outside dates, are the absolute final date by which that milestone has to occur. Next slide. So just to go in greater depth into just two of these agreements. One is the development agreement. That is adopted via ordinance. And the development agreement is between the city and the developer team, and also the owner of the property that's being leased by the commercial developer for the project. They're ground leasing that property. The point of a development agreement is to provide assurance that the project can be built as it's entitled, and that it's subject only to the laws, policies, and regulations that are in place on the effective date. Now, the maximum term and the term of the development agreement is important because that's the time period during which those laws, policies, and regulations remain in place, is 14.5 years. This follows the schedule of performance. There is an extension for what are called force majeure events, or events that are outside of the control of the parties, so there could be additional time, but that is the term of the DA. The other agreement that we wanted to highlight, thank you, is the Disposition and Development Agreement, or the DDA. This is a very large document which has many exhibits to it, as you'll see. Broadly speaking, it contains the terms and conditions under which this developer team will build the project. It allows for this project to happen on these different parcels with different ownership. It contains the schedule of performance, as I mentioned, and it contains many other provisions that pertain to this somewhat complex development. It also contains in its exhibits several other key agreements, like the ground lease, a reciprocal easement agreement, a lot tie agreement, having to do with the construction, the operation and maintenance of the shared parking garage, the loan agreements for the affordable housing, agreements regarding the use of the garage and parking arrangements, and so on and so forth. So that is the other agreement called a DDA. This is a former redevelopment property, and so this type of agreement it applies in this case. Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Christina for the rest.
Thank you, Rachel, for describing in detail a lot of what has been happening behind the scenes for the past several years. This brings us to the portion of the project where we talk a little bit more about the things that have been happening in a more outfacing capacity. And so I'll begin with the project description. So we have before us tonight a 7-story, 100% affordable housing building with ground floor nonprofit space, a 6-story office building with ground floor retail. We have public right-of-way improvements and an underground garage with 130 37 parking spaces. The garage would span the entire site, include 37 residential parking spaces and 100 commercial parking spaces. And a portion of those parking spaces would be shared amongst the commercial and residential spaces, and 37 of those would be available to the public during the evening and weekend hours. Within the residential building, we have the unit breakdown before you here. I would note that one of the units is manager's units, and the remainder would be available for lower income households. On the ground floor, I mentioned that there would be a nonprofit space. It's approximately 6,000 square feet in size, and it is reserved specifically for the organization Self-Help for the Elderly, which is a local nonprofit that currently has been situated within Central Park. That particular organization promotes independent living for lower income older adults, primarily from multicultural communities. The mixed-use office building is roughly 163,000 square feet of office space. From the second floor on up, it is 6 stories in height. It wraps around the residential building, and on the ground floor, we have approximately 14,000 square feet of retail space. Here we have a rendering showing what the two buildings look like together, so you can see, though they are both contemporary in their general nature, they do look distinctly different from one another, so that you can tell which is the residential and which is the commercial building. And that was intentional to make sure that we didn't have just one massive building taking up the whole entire block. And here we see a different aspect of the building, which highlights some of the right-of-way improvements, the landscaping features. It shows the areas where some of the tree replacements are, because there are some tree removals associated with the project, and also highlights some of the open space that will be provided on the upper stories of the mixed office and retail building. So as Rachel mentioned, there are several entitlements associated with this building. I won't get into every single one of them here, although they are contained within your packet. Some of the notable ones are the disposition and development agreement, the disposition and development agreement, the development agreement and ordinance, the introduction of the ordinances before you tonight. The second reading would come before you at the next city council meeting and then go into effect 30 days later. We also had planning applications which went to the Planning Commission, and I'll talk a little bit more about that at a later slide. But that included a SPAR, or site plan and architectural review, for the new buildings, a site development planning application for the removal of the heritage trees, which, as I mentioned, will be replaced and supplemented, and a special use permit for the community serving ground floor space in an area that typically would require active retail. There's also a loading zone exemption that is associated with the SPAR. This project also takes advantage of state density bonus law, and the city must allow for this provision of increased residential density, reduce parking standards and incentives and waivers or reductions from development standards for residential projects that provide certain percentage of affordable units. As this project provides 100% affordable units to low-income households, the project would be eligible for unlimited percentage of density bonus, up to 4 concessions and up to 33 additional feet of building height, and unlimited waivers from development standards. In this case, the allowable base density is 58 units, and the project is proposing a total of 71 units for a 22% density increase. They're also proposing to use 2 of the 4 allowable concessions, specifically asking for added floor area and reduced open space, and they're asking to use 6 waivers, including one for height, setback, and minimum unit size waivers, amongst a few others. So this project is also governed by several local planning documents, which are listed here. So I would point out specifically that it is subject to the 2030 general plan, though General Plan 2040 is now in effect. The reason for that is because at the time that this application was submitted, General Plan 2030 was in effect. So the policies and guidelines and actions in the previous general plan are the ones that would govern this particular project. We did conduct a transportation analysis in conjunction with the environmental review for this project. And as far as vehicle miles traveled and the city's transportation guidelines, they were observed, and we found that there were no impact on local traffic operations, and there was a less than significant impact as far as vehicle miles traveled. And you have all of those documents within your packet tonight. So the CEQA document that was prepared was an initial study and mitigated negative declaration, and we did find that with implemented mitigation measures that there's a less than significant impact, and all noticing requirements and public comment requirements were observed. And here we have before you on this slide some of the mitigation measures that are included for this project. They are also included in your packet. We can go back to these if you have questions on these when we get to the discussion portion of the meeting. I'll rest here just for a second so you have time to look at them. I'll move on. And so for public comments, we did do public noticing in advance of the hearing, including a newspaper notice, noticing to interested parties and owners and occupants within 1,000 feet of the project site, and our Notify Me email list. We did receive some public comments during the review of this project, and they're included in your report. I would also mention that we did bring this to Planning Commission as was required. It was heard by the Planning Commission on April 28th, and we received comments mainly in support of the project, but we did hear from some of our labor groups about the workers that would be used for the project. We also heard a couple of comments about traffic and circulation, but again, overall support was generally expressed. As far as the Planning Commission themselves, we heard a unanimous recommendation for approval of the project, though we did hear a small number of commissioners expressing some concern about the timeline for construction of the project. And so with that, that brings us to the recommendation, which is complex. And so we can bring this slide back up later when we get to that portion of tonight's discussion. And I believe that our developer team may have a presentation for you as well. I will mention that Rachel and I will remain on the dais. We do have some other support staff here if you have questions about the project as we move forward, and we will also have our developer team here.
Thank you for our presentation. If the developer has a presentation they would like to give, please approach the podium and welcome.
Do you have the clicker again? It'll be easier, I think. Let's just make sure. Ooh, then again, maybe not. Sure. Good evening, Mayor Lorraine and members of the City Council. My name is Kevin Choi, and I am here on behalf of Harvest Properties, and joining me today is Daisy Madrigal from Alta Housing. Thank you for hearing us tonight. We are excited to walk you through Bespoke, a full-block mixed-use project bounded by Railroad, 4th, 5th, and B Street. There it is. It is the product of a true public-private collaboration between Harvest Properties, Prometheus Real Estate Group, Alta Housing, Self-Help for the Elderly, and the City of San Mateo. Before we dive in, here's a quick roadmap of what you'll hear tonight. We will introduce the partnership, walk through the program, the development agreement, then step through the design, how we got to today, the community input that shaped it, and the benefits it delivers. A project of this complexity only works with the right team. Harvest and Prometheus are experienced local developers sponsoring the commercial component of this project. Between our two groups, we bring significant, directly relevant experience to a site like this. And I would now like to hand over the presentation to our affordable housing partner.
Thank you, Kevin. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. My name is Daisy Madrigal, and I'm here on behalf of Alta Housing. As mentioned, Alta Housing will serve the residential developer of the Bespoke project. We are a 100% affordable housing developer based in the heart of Silicon Valley, focused on Santa Clara and San Mateo County. We have over 50 years in experience, and in addition to developing affordable housing, we also provide in-house property management and in-house resident services. Our extensive expertise ensures high-quality housing in the communities that we build. Working alongside us is Self-Help for the Elderly, a highly respected nonprofit that provides social services to seniors across the Bay Area. Self-Help for the Elderly will have a home on the ground floor, covering nearly 6,000 square feet of our residential building, ensuring that the essential service our seniors depend on will be available in downtown for the long term. And of course, none of this happens without the City of San Mateo. The city has been a proactive partner from the beginning, contributing land and shaping the project to advance the community's goals for housing, transit-accessible jobs, and a lively downtown. The team has been working for a few years now, and we believe we're well equipped to deliver a successful project in San Mateo. Back to Kevin.
Thank you, Daisy. Starting with the residential side, Alta will deliver a 7-story building with 71 units of 100% affordable housing designed as large family. That is a specific designation. It means more than half of the units are going to be 2 and 3 bedroom units. Alongside it, the commercial component delivers about 149,000 feet of Class A office across 6 stories, designed to concentrate high quality jobs immediately adjacent to transit. At the ground plane, we're delivering 18,000 square feet of community and retail space, roughly about 12,000 square feet of retail, curated along Beach Street, 4th Avenue and 5th Avenue, and a permanent home for self-help for the elderly within the residential building. Below grade, a shared parking garage serves both buildings, and importantly, provides after-hours public access, adding a real community benefit to the downtown core. All of this sits on a full block site with enhanced 16-foot sidewalks and a new public corner plaza at 4th and B. The development agreement establishes a schedule of performance with defined milestones and accountability throughout the life of the project. Our baseline target is to deliver the fully completed project in under 10 years with contractual buffers that extend the outside completion date to approximately 14 and a half years. Buffers intended to account for market cycles, affordable housing financing timelines, and other conditions outside of the control of any developer. I want to spend a moment on that 10-year baseline because without context, it can sound like a long period of time. The primary reason is the project is not a single building proceeding all at once. It is effectively 2 major projects that must be delivered in sequence. The affordable residential project cannot apply for state and federal funding and therefore cannot begin construction until the podium and garage infrastructure are complete, a milestone that occurs around year 5. So while the project includes 2 distinct buildings above grade, the residential and commercial components just cannot simply be constructed at the same time. The second reason is that the development agreement is structured around meaningful milestone commitments that can carry significant consequences if they are not met. That structure gives the city greater certainty that the project will continue to advance while requiring our team to be realistic and disciplined in setting a schedule we can all achieve. All that said, our goal is to beat the baseline. The development agreement sets outside framework, but our intent is to deliver the project early. Now to design. The single most important thing that we can do on a site like this is to get the ground plane right, because that is what the community actually experiences every day. On B Street, we are delivering 12,000 square feet of curated retail with 16-foot wide sidewalks, outdoor seating, and lush landscaping. The intent is a premier destination, the kind of street life that turns a block into a place where people want to linger and not just walk by. At the corner of 4th and B, we are creating a new 1,800 square foot plaza, a true gathering space anchored by retail frontage on both sides. This matters strategically. The plaza serves as a bookend for South B Street, anchoring and continuing the growth of the downtown core in a direction that the City Council has always wanted within its general plan and identified as a priority. Stepping back to look at the commercial building as a whole, the 149,000 square feet of Class A office is intentionally broken down into 2 main blocks centered on the lobby at the mid-block. That split in massing is then accentuated by the materiality, the way the brick, the glass, and metal panel work together to give each block its own identity while still reading as a coherent building. Bespoke fits comfortably within the established neighborhood of fabric. And for context, Kiku Crossings is 7 stories, Gramercy is 6, B Street South is 5, and the Stratford is 10. Sustainability has been a priority for our team from the outset. It has shaped the way we approach the structural system, the building envelope, and the materials. As one expression of those goals, the commercial building is targeting a LEED Gold certification. Turning the corner to the 5th and Railroad side, the project carries the same design language present on B Street and replicates it along 5th Avenue. The same approach of breaking up the massing directly and accentuating that articulation through materiality, the building reads as one coherent project on every face. As you can see in this rendering, the project sits adjacent to Caltrain, which makes it exactly the location this region needs to be concentrating jobs and housing on. Sustainability also drove our structural choice. One of the most impactful ways this project can exhibit its sustainability is by the selection of mass timber as its structural system. A structural choice that is still rare at this scale in the Bay Area, and one we believe is the right choice for a transit-adjacent Class A workplace in 2026. With that, I'll hand it back to Daisy to walk you through the residential building.
Thanks, Kevin. We take great pride in the residential building at Bespoke, a 7-story development with 71 affordable units designed for large families. The unit range from studios to 3 bedrooms, offering a variety of living options for all family types in San Mateo. We will provide a generous outdoor courtyard, a dedicated play area, and community space to our residents, amenities that residents and families can truly benefit from. This development will give individuals and families in San Mateo an opportunity to remain rooted in their community. What makes this project uniquely feasible is a partnership itself. Because the commercial developer is contributing the shared parking garage and providing financial assistance to the residential component, our project is competitively positioned to secure state and federal affordable housing financing, which in today's funding environment is the difference between a project that gets built and one that sits on paper. Back to Kevin.
Thank you. This project has been years in the making. It started in 2021 when our team competed and was selected through the city's process. In late 2021, we assembled the remaining parcels to create a full block site, and in doing so, grew the affordable count from 50 to 60 units. We submitted our pre-application in October of 2022, and in 2023, we realigned the design and density to bring the affordable unit count to 71 units, close to a 50% increase on the original submission. Our application was deemed complete in July of 2024, and in September of that year, we refined our business deal to provide the community with an even greater certainty of execution, backstopped by financial deposits. Tonight is the culmination of that work. Throughout that journey, we listened. The community asked for affordable housing. We are delivering 71 units, all affordable. They asked us to champion a local nonprofit. Self-Help for the Elderly has a permanent home here. They asked us to activate the retail environment. Our B Street strategy is built around that. They asked us to concentrate jobs near transit and respect the neighborhood fabric. And the project's scale, articulation, and location do exactly that. Bespoke is a largely consistent with a vision the city laid out in the General Plan 2040 as well. I'll close out with the bottom line. Bespoke delivers 71 affordable units, a new permanent home for self-help for the elderly, an organization that has been serving San Mateo for 3 decades, and through this process can serve San Mateo for many more, a parking garage, which serves the residential and the public, valued at about $10 million, $10.9 million in direct financial contributions, including $2.9 million in cash for the residential project, and $8 million in impact fees, a $6.5 million residential backstop deposit, a prevailing wage commitment, and a property tax increase of approximately $1.2 million per year, a 540% increase over the baseline today. This is a project that was shaped by the community, backstopped by real financial commitments, and ready to deliver housing, jobs, and ground floor vitality to downtown San Mateo. On behalf of the entire partnership, we respectfully request your approval. Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. At this time, I would like to open this item for public comment. So if anyone in council chambers would like to, pardon me. Yes, I think maybe what we'd like to do is open it up for public comment and gather those slips and whatnot. But the council would also like to take a very quick bio break and return. And when we return, we will have the speakers. So thank you for your understanding. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
president for Carpenters Local 217, where I represent roughly 1,200 members here in San Mateo County, some of which are with me this evening. First and foremost, I'd like to acknowledge the development team and staff for all the hard work that they've put into getting this development where it's at today. It's a culmination of a partnership that thinks outside the box and ultimately leads to housing, much needed housing here. So thank you for that. That being said, I stand before you tonight in full support for the 445 B Street development. Approving the resolutions before you tonight will go a long way in bringing much needed affordable housing and good jobs to the city of San Mateo. Harvest Properties is committed to partnering with a responsible union general contractor for this development, and by doing so, will provide an opportunity that many developers leave out of the equation. One that will create jobs with living wages, healthcare, retirement benefits, while also providing apprenticeship opportunities to local workers that include minorities, women, and at-risk youth, helping them develop the skills necessary to be successful in the construction industry. These opportunities alone will leave lasting impacts on working families that are right here in San Mateo and throughout San Mateo County. So I respectfully ask that you approve the resolutions before you this evening and move this project forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Darren Clark, followed by Scott Rathson and Alquin and Haley Daza.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Darren Clark, field rep here in San Mateo County for Carpenters Local 217. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. This project at 445 South B Street will provide good paying, family supporting construction jobs for local workers right here in San Mateo County. These are careers that allow people to stay in their communities, support their families, and contribute to the local community. Equally important, this project will help address the urgent need for housing in San Mateo. We all know how critical it is to create more housing opportunities for working people who are currently being priced out of the community. Projects like this are a part of the solution. I also want to recognize that Harvest Properties has selected a responsible, experienced contractor. That matters. It means the work will be done safely, professionally, and with a commitment to quality. We're proud to stand behind this project because it delivers real benefits, jobs, housing, and responsible development for this community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Scott Rathson, followed by Alquin and Haley Daza, and Kevin Simpson.
Good evening, Council. I'm Scott Rathjen from the 217 Carpenters Union. I'd like to speak on behalf of this project. Projects like these put me to work right here at home. I'm a resident of Belmont. My wife was a stay-at-home mom for 13 years of my kids' life. They're 18 and 16. That doesn't happen without a union job. Because that union job provided my family the health care, the welfare, the financial means just to live here. So I would really appreciate you guys putting this project through and keeping us working local. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Alquin and Haley Daza, followed by Kevin Simpson and Paul Krupka.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Alquin Daza. I'm a proud member of IBW Local 617. I've been a resident in San Mateo for 30 years.
Good evening. My name is Haley. Oh, sorry. Good evening. My name is Haley. I am an electrical apprentice with Local 617, and I am with my dad right now.
So I've been able to raise my family here because developers in the community chose to invest in local workers. Those partnerships create stable careers, family supporting wages, and opportunities for people like me to build both our city and our future.
And because those opportunities existed, I now have the chance to follow in my dad's footsteps. I'm learning a skilled trade while earning and learning at the same time, and being able to build a real career in San Mateo.
So this is why it's disappointing for us that the developer on the project is refusing to engage the local construction workforce through a community workforce agreement with all the mechanical crafts.
That decision doesn't just affect union workers, it also affects young people like me who are trying to build a future in this community. It closes doors for the next generation of skilled local apprentices.
So this project will generate millions of dollars in construction wages. The question is, will those wages stay here in San Mateo and support local families and businesses, or will they leave our community?
We're asking you to send a message that San Mateo values local workers, apprenticeship opportunities, and projects built by the people who live and work here.
So please encourage the developer to do the right thing. Partner with the local workforce.
Thank you.
Invest in apprentices.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next three speakers will be Kevin Simpson, followed by Paul Krupka and Deborah Soon and Linda Loom.
Good evening, Council. I'm rising to support this project, not because I have any direct stake in it. I'm not a member of one of the trades, although I support them. I'm not a developer. I'm not a particular interest in the housing that's going to go here. But as a passionate supporter of a strong San Mateo, I think you can't argue with the benefits that this project would bring to the city as a whole, and especially to our downtown. We need a strong retail presence, and this will extend it further south on B Street. We desperately need things like the agreement to put self-help for the elderly and other community services that aren't necessarily high-income revenue generators. We are losing arts organizations. We're losing things like the ballet theater and other things throughout, and having this included is a really good benefit. I just hope that when you dig into the details of this, that we avoid some of the mistakes we've made in the past. Block 21 is sitting there for 2 years as an empty vacant lot with not one but two lovely chain link fences around it. And over closer to my neighborhood, we have what I call the cement pond, or the mosquito hatchery at the corner of Fremont and 2nd Avenue. And those are examples of when the details weren't all clear before we proceeded. The end result of this project will be great. Let's hope that it isn't going to take us 14 years or even 10, and the project gets built as described, because it is a really good project. And by the way, for the developers, please remember that we're a community, and I hope that you won't take another run at ripping out our beautiful pedestrian mall like you did a couple years ago. I'm a big fan of this project, but I'm not a fan of that kind of stuff. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Paul Krupka, followed by Deborah Soon and Linda Lum, and John Medina. Paul, are you with us? We'll move on to Deborah Soon and Linda Loom, followed by John Medina and Richard Ball.
Mayor Lorraine, Deputy Mayor Fernandez, hi, the rest of the City Council. Oh, sorry. How's that? Better?
Yes.
Terrific. All right. As if you hadn't heard enough of me. But you all know me. My name is Debbie Soon, and I'm on the board of Self-Help for the Elderly. And this is my colleague.
Hello. My name is Linda Lum.
Tell them how old you are, Linda.
I am 89 years old this year, and I volunteered at the Senior Center for 24 years. This is my 24th year.
Now, you remember that number, right? 89. We're going to come back to that in just a second. We are also joined tonight by other seniors in the audience who took buses to get here tonight, and we're trying to find rides for everyone to go home. Some are struggling to stay awake. It's past many of our bedtimes. And also members of our advisory board. And I want all of you just to stand so people can see who we are. Can everyone from Self-Help stand, please? Wave. Thank you. This is so important to us. As you know, San Mateo Self-Help has been in Central Park since its founding in 1992 by my mom, Roz Koo. We serve the most at-risk seniors in our community by providing hot meals both at our center and through home delivery to those housebound seniors who would otherwise go hungry. But more than just a hot meal, We provide that human touchstone that is so essential to fight isolation and loneliness, which has been proven to shorten the lives, especially of the elderly, who are often neglected. Our programs held at the center are virtually...
Thank you, Deborah.
Pardon?
Thank you. Your time is up.
Oh.
Thank you.
Is it? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I guess I got too many to stand up. But thank you all so much for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
10 years, she'll be 99.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll see you there.
You look great for 89.
Everybody, please. Please.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm having a deja vu, I believe, up here. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. John Medina, business representative for the sprinkler fitters and a San Mateo resident. I'm speaking tonight for the hundreds of San Mateo residents who are members of my union, along with the electricians, sheet metal workers, plumbers, pipe fitters, and the hundreds of trades introduction program hopefuls looking to get into our apprenticeships. All those that I just represented, could you guys please stand up? And I want to thank all you for being here. It's super late, and at 10 o'clock or as soon as public comment's done with this, please go home so you guys can get up early and go back to work. So keep doing what you're doing. So yeah, as soon as this comment's over, thank you. Prometheus and Harvest have met with us briefly, and I thank you for you guys and the continued efforts, but we do not have any agreement for this project other than the union carpenter general contractor has stated. The excuse that we always seem to hear is that the price of unions cost up to 15% more. I'd actually like to ask how that's possible. Since this project is prevailing wage, it requires the area standard wages and benefits, and guess where the state gets those numbers from? It's our wages and benefit packages. So if wages are the same, and you're going to tell me that a skilled and trained workforce that have graduates from a 5-year state-approved apprenticeship program are less likely to perform the work more efficiently or in a timely fashion with less change orders than normally trained out-of-area workers, or that the price of pipe or wood or whatever the material is that they procure for that trade, I don't see it's a big difference in whether you buy it, whether the mayor buys it, or whether anybody buys it. So there must be it's got to be relatively the same. The only thing that's left for developers to do is to cut corner on the backs of labor. And that's why we're here standing up tonight, and I'm cutting down my speech. I had a lot more to say, but we're, even after all these things, we're still trying to get to a development agreement or some kind of agreement, and we're looking forward to working with Prometheus and Harvest in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next two speakers will be Richard Ball, followed by Rick Bonilla.
Hi, how are you doing? My name is Richard Ball. I'm kind of nervous, first time speaking. Grew up in Foster City with the wife, and we're both San Mateo residents over in Parkside. I've been in the union for 15 years now doing residential like commercial. I got the chance and opportunity to switch over to the commercial side of it. And I'm starting as an apprentice and getting to learn the big stuff. I would love the opportunity to have this project. I used to, as a kid, I was over at the Talbots area. It was like good memories there. And I'd like to be a part of the big projects going on. Lately, we did a cancer research center. Hospital over there in San Francisco. Projects like this seems like it's real positive and real big. And I just love the opportunity to be able to do that. And with my whole crew over here, all my fellow apprentices, man, they're solid, they're ready to work. And yeah, we love it. We love to get involved in this. And yeah, it's good to see you all. Hope to see you all in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. And our final speaker in chambers will be Rick Bonilla.
Good evening, council members and staff. Thank you all very much. Rick Bonilla here, and I'm speaking actually on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition, who sent quite a few letters in support of this project as a member of the board there. I'm also a member of the board of the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County here. While they haven't, I think, expressed any particular opinion one way or the other, as an individual, I support it because I support affordable housing. And as a member of the Carpenters Union, since 1977, almost 50 years now. I support this project because it's going to provide plenty of good union jobs. I look forward to hearing the outcome of negotiations that I think our other trades here may have with Prometheus. I hope they all are able to get a job here. But that said, they're going to do their talking. Carpenters do their own talking. As you can tell by looking at the orange and mostly yellow vests out here, we have a lot of carpenters here tonight. These are my brothers and sisters that I've worked with for many years. And this is a project that we can all look forward to. This is a project that I started working on as a member of the City Council in 2020. You saw the date 2021. Well, the council started working on it before that because we had to prepare the things before the land designation could change and all that stuff. This is a project we envisioned. The inclusive, transit-oriented, sustainable, creating good jobs in our community. This is that job. Now you have 5 items before you tonight that I think should be really easy. It's eminently approvable. The Planning Commission, in their wisdom, sought to approve it unanimously. I urge you to do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving to our virtual environment where our first speaker will be Brianna Morales. Brianna, please unmute your mic.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. And my name is Brianna Morales, and I am speaking on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. We are a member-supported nonprofit that advocates for building more homes at all income levels across California. HEC is here tonight in strong support of the Bespoke project at 445 South B Street, and we urge you to approve it. To say it simply, this project delivers 71 new homes at 100% affordable for families and individuals earning between 30 and 80% of the area median income. These are homes for the people who keep this community running, like teachers, caregivers, service workers, seniors, who make Bespoke stand out, is the partnership behind it. The city contributed land, Harvest Properties has committed money to the point of $9.4 million in equity and an additional $6.5 million guaranteed as a financial backstop for the affordable housing component. That kind of commitment from a commercial developer is rare, and it should give this commission real confidence that this project will deliver. But beyond housing, this is a full block reinvestment in downtown San Mateo. The square footage of sustainable Class A office space built with mass timber, the square footage of ground floor retail to activate B Street, and a permanent home for self-help for the elderly are all things that we should be supporting. And the project team has committed to prevailing wages and has been through years of community outreach and design refinement to get here. It's been in the works since 2021. The application has been complete, the environmental review was done, and the deal terms have been approved by your city council. Further delays puts 71 affordable homes at risk in this housing cycle, which we cannot afford. So tonight you have the opportunity to turn years of planning and partnership into homes, and we urge you to take it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Scott Beal. Scott, please unmute your mic.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Scott Beal, and I represent many members of Local Union 467, the plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR service mechanics here in San Mateo. Our concern is not with the project itself. We would otherwise support the development and the jobs it creates. Our concern is ensuring that a prevailing wage project receiving public support actually delivers the community benefits intended. When local skilled trades are excluded, San Mateo loses opportunities for local apprentices, at-risk workers, and young people entering career pathways through our state-approved training programs. Millions in construction wages that could circulate through local businesses instead leave the community. We have also yet to hear a clear explanation as to how union labor costs more on a prevailing wage project where the wage rates are already established and skills and quality of work make for a more efficient delivery of product. We respectfully ask the city to ensure strong local apprenticeship participation requirements. The cost of something does not determine the value of that thing. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be Robert Whitehair.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for this opportunity to comment on this project. I'm a 40-year resident of San Mateo. My congratulations to the council and city staff for taking on such a very complex, important project. The response to the climate predicament takes many forms and it's many interrelated components, housing being one of them. And in the general plan process, which so many of us participated in, we spoke about a dynamic, vibrant San Mateo community for all. Bespoke will meet so many climate goals, primarily reducing tortuous commutes of people who live in the new project in a healthy, safe location. It also meets a significant portion of the city's goals for RENA by building truly, deeply affordable housing. I urge the council to approve this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Lorraine, that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. Thank you to those who gave comment, and I will close public comment for this item and bring this item back to the dais and ask any council members if they have any questions or comments. Yes, Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Thank you very much through the mayor. Thank you to everybody who's here, who's made public comment, and thank you to staff for a very long development that has been a good partnership between all parties. I also just want to let everyone know I have spoken with the developer and some of the labor unions while researching this presentation, just to be above board. So a couple questions. I guess probably toward the developers. We heard a lot of comment from the labor unions about their desire to continue to work with you and try and achieve some kind of agreement so that local jobs can be maintained and apprenticeships can be given. Would you like to comment on that? You're there.
Thank you, Councilman Pernash. We'd be happy to comment. As some of the union members did mention, we have been in communication with them, and we are happy to continue to have further communications with them. So we are committed to having those conversations. As we are working through the project, it's important for us to take it step by step and make sure that as we're going through that process, we maintain the viability of the project going forward. Going further than we can today in terms of going with any type of agreement is unfortunately something that we can't accept today, but it is something that we can continue to have conversations around. Some of the things that we are doing today in addition to that communication is we are working with Swinnerton, one of the contractors that is represented within a lot of the unions, and we'll be continuing to work through that with them on the pre-con of the project for both the commercial and the residential.
Okay, well, thank you. And I myself would love to really strongly encourage you to find a way to get to yes. Thank you. I guess the next question perhaps is for Daisy and Alta. How are we going to decide who are oh, there you are. I couldn't see you with the roses. How are we going to decide how tenants are selected for this development?
So typically, depending on our funding applications and what we're going for, that's going to build in the requirement as to who gets preference and whether that's live or work. So once we get closer to the funding stages, we'll go ahead and take that into account when it comes to the preference portion of the residents.
But will there be a preference for San Mateans who either live or work in San Mateo?
Ideally, that would be based on the local jurisdiction funding, whether that's going to be implemented by the city of San Mateo when it comes to their funding, or if it's going to be by the county of San Mateo.
If I could
Maybe
also just add to that response somewhat, Councilmember Diaz. So the city has a local preference policy. It is we call it live work. So if you live in San Mateo or work in San Mateo, you're prioritized for the unit. So that would apply, but what Daisy is also saying is that because the city is not the only funder, is not the only regulatory authority, right now we are, but in the future, the project will get tax credits. Hopefully, the project will be funded by the county, hopefully. So there are always multiple regulatory agencies in play, and the county, for example, has its own preferences that it imposes. So it's not that 100% of the units will only get a city preference. However, the city's local preference policy will be applied to all the units where it can be applied.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Thank you for that. What can we say about, or what can you share with us about the circulation around the buildings? I know that some of the neighborhood concerns have been about the loading and the unloading and things like that. What can we say about that?
Zach, continue.
Hi, Zach Dahl, Community Development Director, and I might also look, I believe we have someone from our Public Works team online as well. This project encompasses the full block, and the primary entrance to the garage is on Railroad, opposite the rail corridor, and then we do have on-street parking and some loading spaces around the building designed to support both the ground floor retail as well as the community space where self-help for the elderly will be going. And then obviously that feeds into our larger street network. So I don't know if there was something specific you were looking for with that broader picture, but generally speaking, that's how it'll utilize that block and then plugging into the surrounding network.
Okay, I think it's just more how are we satisfied that the way it's designed, that we will minimize negative impact on other areas, because that certainly has been one of the concerns of the neighbors.
Yes, we did have a transportation impact analysis as part of the project, and that was included as part of the initial study, mitigated negative declaration. And we did look for that, and obviously there's a much larger network at play, and so we really looked for how this block plugs into the larger street network, but obviously how cars go once they leave the site, that's outside of our direct control, but it does align very well within our street network downtown. And then I guess if there's anything more specific, I would look to our Public Works staff for more specifics if they're needed.
No, I think that's fine. Another question, this, the affordable housing piece doesn't maximize the potential density bonus. So I'm wondering why, and I don't know whether that's a developer question. So maybe if you could explain your thinking as to why the density bonus wasn't fully maxed.
Hi again. So if we decide to go up the building, if we make it any bigger, providing more units, it does make the project a little bit unfeasible. It creates higher construction cost. So therefore it makes it would make the project a little bit more unfeasible for us to do. And it would turn it in change the construction type, and then it would ultimately spike up what we pay for the construction cost.
Okay. I guess one of the things that I think is great about this project is the fact that there are lots of 2 and 3 bedroom units, and so I'm hoping that was part of the equation as well, that you might have fewer units, but those units are going to handle more people.
Yeah, so where the 2 and 3 bedrooms, it does allow us to house more individuals, whereas if you're just comparing additional studios versus 1 bedrooms, having 2 to 3 bedrooms does maximize how many people can live in there, and the total head count.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
And my last question is about what are the specific procedures going to go on to monitor trees? I know there are going to be a number of trees that are replaced, that are taken out, and are there any that are going to stay? Because we've had issues with previous developments where trees have been protected and then they haven't made it through construction. Is that an issue here now?
I'll look to the applicant team to speak more specifically to it, but I don't believe there are any heritage trees that are being preserved as part of this project. There are a number of new trees being proposed, but just wanted to confirm that was correct. So yeah, in this case, there are not any large heritage trees on the site that are being preserved. So, but there will be a number of trees planted along the frontages as part of the new development.
Okay, thank you. Well, I guess,
Mayor, sorry, just to speak to your earlier question about the density on the site, I did want to note that as an early priority, as directed by council, was to look at family-sized housing. And so I think the trade-off was fewer units, but as you noted, larger units. And so that was an early priority as part of the project objective, was family-sized units. So that's another reason that we're looking at the number of units that we are.
Yep, I appreciate that. And I guess just in summary, I would say that I am a strong supporter of the project. I would definitely encourage the developers to keep talking with the unions who want to keep talking and try and find a way to get to yes, and also to keep the jobs local and to have as many apprentices on the project as possible. But I think this has been a long project in the making. We all know that. And I think there's tremendous opportunity for tremendous addition to the residents of San Mateo, the office potential of San Mateo, and the retail downtown. So I'm excited about what this can be, and I look forward to supporting it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Fernandez.
I echo everything Councilmember Diaz-Nash said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Councilmember Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mostly comments, but a few questions. Thank you, first of all, for finding and raising it from 60 to 71 units. We did ask you early on to go and find more family units. We heard that feedback a lot through Kiku Crossing, and so I think 71 units that are 2 and 3 bedrooms is going to be a big win and be a lot more feasible for the need. Secondly, I did want to ask, this project could take hopefully less than 10 years, but 10 to 14 years. And in that same time frame, we look to hopefully having grade separation for the railroads. So I'm curious, have we considered this as a possibility in that as this building is being completed, we may be moving towards grade separation for the railroads? Does the plan and the layout of this allow us to still do that?
So we'll be having a grade separation study session probably this fall. We'll be bringing forward, we're actually updating the 2009 grade separation plan, but really the alternative that actually would be the most feasible, it's costly overall, so I'll just qualify that, but the version would be kind of an overhead version that would be up, kind of like if you went to Disneyland, the monorail version throughout the city. That's pretty much the only feasible version that is out there, but it'd be very costly overall. So it wouldn't be your tried and true, going under, the grade set going under the current tracks.
But just to expound upon that, the design of this would prevent us from being able to do grade separation if we so choose?
We'll have to take that all into consideration right now. What my understanding is, and I'd have to look and brush up those 2009 studies, but I believe it's on basically the right of way that is currently there. Okay. But don't quote me on that. We'll have a further study on that overall. But I believe there's probably units or buildings that are probably built even closer to the actual tracks than even this building right now.
Fantastic. Also would like to echo Councilmember Diaz-Nash's request to really continue to work with our local unions. I'm really thankful that you guys have got to prevailing wage, but I would encourage you to also hire local plumbers, sprinkler fitters, and electricians, and HVAC. Please, please, please try to keep it local. In the past, there's been projects in my district where Swinnerton has pulled in people from out of state. We have plenty of skilled workforce here in the Bay Area, and if they're making prevailing wage, we should be able to hire. So please keep the focus local. And then the last request about trees was just that if at all possible, we try to stay with local native and indigenous trees. What we're seeing in Burlingame with having to remove these 40 and 50-year-old eucalyptus is not something we want around buildings that we're building. So I hope that we will continue to look at that. And even though we have no heritage trees, please keep them native trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Speaker Kuditsky.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation tonight. I'm really excited about this project. I think it delivers on affordability. It strengthens the downtown. It gives us a new space for the Center for Self-Help for the Elderly. So I'm really excited. I do want to echo my colleagues' comments. I appreciate all the hard work with the Carpenters Union and securing a contract, if there's anything we can do, especially because the city is working on a PLA for us to explore an agreement with the mechanical trades. We should definitely look into that. Just 2 quick questions. I did visit the owner of the Tiny Bee chocolate shop, who's currently next to Talbot's, and she did express to me that she was not sure what the timeline would be for her to move out. Are we in communication with her, and are we helping her look for a new space?
Yes is the answer to
Thank
both.
you.
I don't have an update on the exact communication, but we can certainly follow up with that. Our commercial team, who engages with all of our retail tenants, speaks to them regularly, but I don't have an exact update on that question.
Okay, great. And then, as I'm sure you heard tonight, there has been significant push in the city for historic preservation, and just recognizing artifacts in the city that are historic or part of the city's heritage. Talbot's store is part of that legacy. And so I'm just curious if you guys have thought in any way about how we can tie that into a theme with this project.
Thank you, Councilmember Korko-Gaditsky. I think the first thing I'll just mention is the name, Bespoke. It was intentionally chosen as in heritage too, and then also spokes from a bike, right? So Talbot's, a lot of folks got their first bike from, and so that was an intentional choice. A logo that we produced has that remnants in it as well. So you'll see tidbits here and there throughout the project that kind of harken back to the Talbot's
Wonderful.
era.
Thank you very much. Those were all my questions.
Okay, thank you. I will echo the comments of my fellow council members related to an interest in continuing to engage with our local unions and keeping local labor engaged and involved in this process. And the support for all that this project brings. I am privileged and honored to be here tonight for, I feel, a historic milestone for our city, another opportunity for the city of San Mateo in partnership with Prometheus, Harvest, Alta, and Self-Help for the Elderly to add to the affordable housing downtown and to our overall downtown environment. Making use of a ground floor parking lot to do so is an investment in our future, and I'm privileged to be here for it. So I'll leave it there. See if anyone has any more questions or comments before we consider the slide staff had for a motion. Okay. In that case, could we please ask for the slide to be redisplayed to facilitate a motion?
Do we have to go through each one individually, or can we just? Everything on the screen. Okay.
Okay. In that case, I would like to make a motion.
And just through the mayor, if I can chime in.
Yes.
You can say, if you wish, that you move the staff recommendation, which is on the screen now, to encompass all of those items.
Indeed, I would like to move for a staff recommendation as we see on the screen with everything included.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. City Clerk, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Certainly. Mayor Lorraine?
Yes.
Councilmember Svirko-Gaditsky?
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez? Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We do have more items. Yes, of course.
Thank you, Christina.
Good luck.
Nice to meet you. Congratulations. Forward to talking to you. Forward to talking to you. Well, while those are some are filing out, I am hearing a proposal from staff to reorder our agenda again so that we might elevate another item. And that proposal is to have the next item effectively be the Downtown Business Improvement Area Annual Renewal. Do I see any Do I see any objections from those
No.
currently on the dais? All right.
Mr. Mayor, maybe just 1 minute to allow people to.
Yeah, of course. Well, just as people are continuing to file out, it sounds, Mr. City Manager, that we have council support for another tweak to the agenda such that we can go with item 18, which was on your agenda, Downtown Business Improvement Area Annual Renewal. We have presentations from Zach Rada, Senior Management Analyst, and Mackenzie Jacobic, the Executive Director of the Downtown San Mateo Association.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm Zach Rada, Senior Management Analyst, and I'm here happy to welcome Mackenzie Jakubic, Executive Director of the Downtown San Mateo Association, with a presentation.
Thank you. We have a PowerPoint. Honorable Mayor and City Council, good evening. My name is Mackenzie Jacobic. I'm the Executive Director for the Downtown San Mateo Association. I am proud to present our annual report for fiscal year 2025 to 26. It's been a year of engagement and transition, and I'm excited to share our achievements. Next slide. Okay, sometimes the best data is what you hear on the street. So this top quote, there's a lot of vibes here. I actually overheard in December at an event, and I laughed really hard when I heard it, but then I thought, oh my God, there are a lot of vibes here. So I love it now. The other quotes are from social media or emails. Going downtown today made me proud to be a San Mateo resident. So many wonderful events in downtown San Mateo. Due to your input, the downtown mall is buzzing, and I believe will only get to be more of an attraction in San Mateo. And San Mateo, pleasant surroundings, good food and drink, walkable, lively, unpretentious. That energy is not an accident. It's the result of our shared belief that a strong downtown is the heart of a strong San Mateo. Downtown San Mateo is buzzing, and our residents are feeling proud of the diversity, the vitality they see every day. Next slide. There's my kiddo. I should be kissing him goodnight. Downtown San Mateo is thriving as a regional destination. In the past year alone, we welcomed 50 new businesses, including high-profile spots like Molly Tea and Reposado. We remain a foodie paradise with over 20% of our businesses in the culinary sector, but we're also evolving. The opening of arcade venues Nacoco and Clawsome, as well as Kiddo Adventure Indoor Playground, have added a new layer of family-friendly fun to our district. Next slide. Organizationally, this was a year of transition and transparency. We completed a financial review with Pettinelli Financial Partners, confirming our financial health. PFP found that DSMA remains financially stable with strong liquidity, declining liabilities, and a positive operating cash flow. We welcomed a new executive committee, President Rafat Haddad, Vice President Lori Morales, and Treasurer Kathy Levitt. And just this past week, Robert Anderson was appointed secretary. Under this new leadership, we've re-energized our beautification committee to keep a closer eye on the district's aesthetics. We brought on 3 new board members in the fall, Debbie Soon from Self Help for the Elderly, Mark Bartos from Bartos Architects, and Damon Zhao from Cathay Bank. Our 12 board members are all volunteers. Some of them are here tonight, not getting paid to be here. Thank you so much. And they're here because they care so deeply for the downtown community. So thank you to them for being so generous with their time and talents. Next slide. Oh, and there's Rafat speaking to the Boston community right before the Super Bowl. Next slide. Our work continues to center on 3 strategic pillars: community engagement to drive traffic through events and marketing, bid member engagement to provide real value to our 600 plus businesses, and civic partnership to ensure we're working hand in hand with the city and other civic partners. Next slide. It was a landmark year for our events. The monthly Head West Marketplace brought thousands to our district throughout the year, while signature successes like Booze and Brews on B Street and Boba Day continue to be regional draws. We even introduced our new mascot, Mateo the Fox. You can go to the next slide. There's Mateo. During the September Arts and Culture Fest, and established new traditions like our Santa visit. Next slide. On this slide is our full list of events that we either coordinated, participated in, or supported in one way or another. From the sports warm-up with the CSM Bulldogs to the Lunar New Year event with Chatta Parade that featured 14 business stops, we had more than 20 unique activations. Over 80 merchants directly participated in these events, showing the immense collaboration spirit of our business community. Next slide. Our digital presence has never been stronger. We reached the major milestone of 10,000 followers on Facebook this February. More importantly, our content reached 1.7 million views, and we saw double-digit growth across Instagram and our community newsletters. We aren't just posting updates, we're building a brand for downtown that keeps it top of mind for the Bay Area. Next slide. We believe a supported business is a successful one. We handed out welcome packets and met one-on-one with businesses throughout the year. We maintained a 50% open rate on our member newsletters. Our campaign, Shop Small to Win Big, didn't just incentivize local shopping. They told human stories of our small businesses through professional digital storytelling. I'd like to highlight a Shop Small to Win Big video from Golden Moon Gallery, one of our wonderful businesses. These videos were put together by Gary McGill and were a collaboration between DSMA and the San Mateo Area Chamber of Commerce. So the next slide is the video.
My name is Ellen Chaboya. My husband Nick and I own Golden Moon Gallery in downtown San Mateo, and we've been in business for 9 years. We got started with my business because my husband is an artist and we wanted to find a way to bring handmade things to San Mateo. He tattoos full time and we travel all around the world for his tattoo work, and wherever we go, we try to find new beautiful things and bring them back here. I love San Mateo. I'm a transplant from the East Coast. My husband is born and raised Bay Area guy, and I absolutely love San Mateo. We live about a mile from our store, and the people here are wonderful. The weather is amazing. And I just feel really, really lucky to have a beautiful business and a historic building in San Mateo. It's very exciting, and we just love everybody we meet here. I think having good weather and good environment makes for happy people that we meet in our space.
We love you too, Ellen. Next slide, thanks. So this slide talks about some of the partnerships we do, but I did just want to celebrate the collaboration with city leadership and staff. Keeping downtown clean, safe, and vibrant is a monumental task that requires a lot of coordination among many organizations. So I especially want to shout out San Mateo PD, particularly the downtown unit, Parks and Recreation, City Manager's Office, and last but not least, Public Works and the downtown coordinator, my office mate, Lance Hall. So the shared space that Lance and I have is a wonderful gift from the city for me to use it, and it really streamlines communication. I think it's a great way for us to work. Next couple slides, we have some of our hotspot power washing. That was last fall. And then the next one is the wonderful Explorer program. They really helped us out at Boba Day, got so many kudos. They were helping to keep people safe crossing the street. It was really awesome. Next slide. Okay, when Rafat joined on as president in January, he laid out his vision for the organization. He said, downtown San Mateo is clean, safe, and vibrant, but it could be cleaner, it could be safer, it could be more vibrant. So this is something we think about every day. And with that in mind, our primary goals for the upcoming year include 25% increase in our beautification budget, updating our bylaws for 2026 best practices. I don't think they've been updated in 2 decades, and expanding our marketing reach. Next slide. Financially, the DSMA remains steady and strong. For this fiscal year, which will end on June 30th, we estimate total income at $417,000 with expenses at $383,000. For the coming year, we're budgeting $420,000 income and expenses, with 30% dedicated to cleanliness and beautification, 24% to marketing and activation. We maintain a healthy reserve to ensure that we can remain resilient against any economic headwinds. And as we close, I just want to leave you with some photos from the past year. We're so excited to bring you even more vibes in fiscal year 2026 to 27. So you can just kind of scroll through. Next year, I'll add music. That'll be good. Thank you. I love that photo so much. Thank you to the City Council and to City Manager's Office for your unwavering partnership. Together, we're building a district that's resilient, welcoming, and undeniably vibrant. I'm happy to take your questions whenever the time comes. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And at this time, I would open up the item for public comment. So anyone in council chambers can bring a request to speak slip to the city clerk. Anyone online can raise their hand at this time. If you're on the phone, you may press *9. City clerk.
Mayor Lorraine, we've received a total of 7 requests to speak. So that per council adopted rules and procedures, that would set the time limit at 3 minutes per speaker. We'll begin with our in-person request to speak. If I call your name, if you could please line up to my right, and we'll make sure we receive your public comments. And our final speaker on this item in our virtual environment will be Amy. So our first 3 speakers in chambers will be Deborah Soon, followed by Rafat Haddad and Robert Anderson.
All right, I'll do better this time. You all know who I am. I don't have to say that again. And we don't have to go through numbers because Mackenzie's done a wonderful job. What you may not remember is that I was on the DEI task force some years ago during COVID. And our task force worked with the city to actually find the artist and commission the mural that was called the B Street Corridor at that point in time, which has now become the pedestrian mall. You've seen how much Mackenzie can do with so little money. The fact of the matter, I've had a chance to work with Mac since, well, for almost 5 years, and some of the small pop-up events have turned into these huge full event licensees. And if I'd really like to know what the dollar spent on her budget per head count now brought in looks like. It probably is pennies on the head. Self-help also benefited from its collaboration with DSMA. So the qualitative side of it is an organization which felt very siloed has now been invited and engaged and feels like it is a full participating resident of the community. I believe that the watchword that we're going to see going forward is collaboration. We've already started to see evidence of that. Mac's done such a great job that organizations now want to know how they can do events with us. I think that is a marvelous testament to how effective this organization has been. So I urge you for the renewal of the downtown business improvement area of the assessment, which is essential not only to keeping but increasing the vibrancy and the attractiveness of our downtown area. Did it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers will be Rafat Haddad, followed by Robert Anderson and Mark Bartos.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Rafat Haddad. I am the owner of 3B's Coffee in downtown San Mateo and the president of the DSMA. I'm here tonight to express my strong support for the renewal of the downtown business improvement area and the continued work of the Downtown San Mateo Association. For the past 24 years, I've been here for that long. I've had the privilege of serving our community. And during that time, I have seen firsthand the positive impact DSMA has made on our downtown. Through marketing, beautification, community events, and partnership with the city, DSMA has helped keep downtown San Mateo clean, attractive, and welcoming. In recent years, especially after the challenges of COVID, DSMA has become even more important. It has played a key role in supporting local businesses and helping bring energy back to our community and our downtown. And here I would like to thank a previous economic development manager, Jennifer Chen. She was a good advocate for the DSMA and the downtown businesses. She has helped a lot. And thanks to Zachary also for taking her spot for now. Thank you for your time. Also, I have personally seen the value of the DSMA efforts, and I want to recognize the Executive Director, Mackenzie, and the DSMA board prior to my presidency, and the current board for their dedication and leadership. Their work has strengthened collaboration between businesses and helped build a stronger downtown community. DSMA is essential to maintain a vibrant and successful downtown for both residents and visitors. For those reasons, I strongly encourage the City Council to approve the renewal of the downtown business improvement area. And as Mackenzie said, and I said that in the beginning of the presidency, let's keep downtown safer, cleaner, and more vibrant. And hopefully we can help with Mackenzie and you guys keep the downtown vibrant, and please keep B Street as a pin mall. So please do that. So thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Robert Anderson, followed by Mark Bartos and Kathy Levitt.
Hi, good evening. My name is Robert Anderson, and I'm here to speak in favor of renewing the downtown business improvement district. I'm currently on the board. I'm a past president of the organization and current secretary, so I know the organization well. And what I can tell you is it's a grassroots organization that really has the pulse of what's going on in downtown San Mateo. Downtown is really a crown jewel of San Mateo. 4 generations of my family have shopped in downtown, and it's changed a lot since my grandparents' time. But what I can tell you is the DSMA is really the engine that pushes the downtown forward. Downtown San Mateo consists of a community. We have business owners, we have property owners, and people who come downtown to shop. The DSMA is engaged with all 3 of those groups. So I can definitely say, with my experience there, we are a grassroots organization that really all work as volunteers for the betterment of downtown. Finally, I'd like to thank the council for their support. I've seen all 5 council members downtown engaged, coming to community events and patronizing our businesses. So your engagement is definitely appreciated, and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Mark Bartos, followed by Kathy Levitt and Kevin Simpson.
Hi, everybody. Mark Bartos, Bartos Architecture. I'm a current member of the board, and I wonder what happened to everybody. This must be so boring. So to me, this seems like just like a no-brainer. Just, I'm surprised that you have to even go through this process. I'm kind of a newbie here. I'm here because of Mackenzie, because she does a fantastic job, and this thing just has to keep going. And I think it's probably better than it's been in the past. I represent the South Side. My architecture firm is on 8th Avenue. We're across from Charlie's Tacos. So whenever we have our board meetings, I let them know that I'm representing the South Side. It's really important to know that the DSMA is really the critical thing that I see in it. It's a conduit for communication with the public. Okay, it's not just our small group, but when I go to the meetings, I learn, I share with my staff. My staff gets enthusiastic about the downtown area, and it helps me when I have to provide them a little lecture. If I see a cup of Starbucks coffee in the office, I have to ask them, did we spend company money on that? Because why didn't you go down to Rafat?
Thank you.
Okay, I'm done?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next two speakers will be Kathy Levitt, followed by Kevin Simpson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name's Kathy Levitt.
I am a resident of San Mateo, and I'm the manager of Tri-Counties Bank on 3rd Avenue. I'm also the treasurer of the DSMA, and this is my 3rd time up here asking to keep the renewals going. Year after year after year, the DSMA has only gotten stronger and better and more vibrant. And thankful to all of you, because I too see you downtown at all the events, supporting our events and all the other events that are going on in San Mateo. So it's very much appreciated. But also to Mackenzie, it just proves that her partnership and collaboration with the different groups in San Mateo is really putting the downtown on the map. So very appreciative to that, and just want to keep that momentum going. Also, as a business, I have been able to take advantage of the weekend crowds by sponsoring a table at Lunar New Year, which was extremely fun. So I got to present Tri-Counties Bank to the weekend people that I never really get to see. And I do believe that other businesses are going to start seeing that as well, and they too will sponsor tables at the Downtown San Mateo Association events. That was Lunar New Year. Oh, also Booze on B Street. I open up my branch. We're closed on Saturdays, but I open up my branch and allow the people to come in for a quieter experience. Sometimes the kids get overstimulated down on B Street, and they come up and just color and invite the families in, and that's a chance for me to show my business to them, without, just come in and see who we are. So it's been a great benefit. But also, just recently, which I'm very happy about, I have 2 daughters, ages 20 and 24, who 3 years ago, had I told them, go downtown San Mateo and go to dinner or go to a movie, they would say, Mom, it's so boring down there. Whereas just recently, they have been inviting their friends and going downtown San Mateo, taking in a movie, having a dinner down in the pedestrian mall, sitting out on those tables. And I'm so grateful for that, because as a mom, we want our kids in a safe environment. And I feel very comfortable with them downtown because it's clean, it's safe. I feel like they're close to home, and I'm just so appreciative that they are inviting their friends to now come downtown, because it has been fun for them. So we're just hitting all kinds of generations, and I just want to make sure we keep that momentum going. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker in chambers will be Kevin Simpson.
The last 15 minutes have made me very happy. Because it's good to celebrate success. And who knew, when a merry band of pranksters and I snuck 5 picnic tables onto B Street in the dead of night, under the cover of a darkened moon, to put some seating there to try and keep this idea of a pedestrian mall going. And the handoff to the city and to Mackenzie and to the DSMA has been nothing short of amazing. Do you remember when people were coming in here telling you we need parking spots where B Street is now? Are we ever going to turn the page back on that? This should teach us that creative thinking, positive energy, and sticking to our guns in the face of sometimes sour opposition have great value. And I just want to say thanks to Mackenzie and the DSMA board and all of the merchants and the city council and the city staff. Christina and I sat on many meetings together when we were trying to come up with programming ideas. And good luck in your next adventures. Please remember the lessons from this experience. Celebrate what we've achieved, but now let's spread that through the rest of downtown, north and south, both ends of B Street. We have 2 other small downtowns at least that I can think of that we could bring the magic to. So there's so many lessons here for the whole city and so much value to be unlocked. This community is completely unlike any other they can try and copy us in San Carlos or Burlingame with their fancy plaza with the orange seats, but they can't equal the sheer homegrown success that we have. So thank you very much, and let's keep it up. And please approve this, and someone please put an ankle bracelet on Mackenzie. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to our virtual environment where our final speaker will be Amy. Amy, please unmute your mic.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Amy Lee, and I would like to lend my support to adopting this resolution and to support Mackenzie. I've seen firsthand the impact that she's been making. So I would say, in short, she plans, she activates, and she delivers. I've been volunteering at her events for the past 2 years, so I've seen firsthand how the crowds have grown, the social media marketing, it's super on fire right now, and how people are staying and shopping in downtown San Mateo. I mean, in short, people are just having fun. Friends comment to me about how vibrant the downtown area is. So, and don't take my word for it. If you remember the opening slide that you showed with the Lunar New Year dragon dancers, that crowd was like so deep and so loud. That energy and that vibrancy, that's the proof that you need. And even just this past weekend, I was walking around the Head West Street Market, and I was getting so many good vibes from the vendors. I bought them some things. We had long conversations. It was great. The weather was good too. So I'm so happy that the DSMA's work continues to make our spot on the peninsula shine and draw people from all around the Bay Area. So in closing, thank you, Council, for your support of this resolution.
Thank you. Mayor Lorraine, that concludes public comment.
Thank you, and thank you to those who gave comments. I will now close public comment for this item and bring it back to the dais for any questions and comments from our fellow council members. I see Deputy Mayor Fernandez reaching for the mic.
Can I move that we accept the report?
I imagine there might be some other comments we may need to get through first. Okay, so I see Councilmember Diaz-Mash.
Yes, ultimately, I will absolutely support that. But I just wanted to thank everybody related to DSMA. I have been, I think, at almost every board meeting since I got on council. I have worked with so many of you in so many different ways. And everything that the community has said about you and that you've said about yourselves is absolutely true. What I would say, you are all creative, you are all accountable, you are all focused on what's important, and you are also so devoted to having fun and helping San Mateo have fun, and that is just contagious. So I'm so excited. The one thing I would suggest to our city manager moving forward as we get into our downtown specific plan, and if our retiring Ms. Horrisberger could still be here, I would tell her too. I think as part of the downtown specific plan, we have to think about what we call the mall, because it's gone from the corridor to the down B Street pedestrian mall. I think there's got to be a name there as part of our overall work so that it isn't just a functional name, but it really is something that speaks to everything we want and everything that's been developed. So that's my only comment. I congratulate you and can't wait to see a lot more.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Svirko-Guditsky.
I just want to echo my colleague, Councilmember Nash's feedback and comments. Mackenzie, you're doing an amazing job. I actually was running when you had first joined the DSMA. So it is amazing to see how much progress we've made in the last few years. Rafat, I also want to congratulate you on your new role as president, and Robert, your new role as secretary. I do have a few things. I hate to be a nitpick, but the report does highlight that about $100,000 was spent on downtown cleanup efforts and beautification. Again, when I first kind of got involved with the city a few years ago, we heard a lot about the cleanup efforts downtown. And I'm curious, how we feel in terms of perception, if that has changed, if you're hearing that people are feeling like things are cleaner, businesses are happier with that.
So I'm actually going to let Rafat answer that because he's talking to people all day, every day, and he's
Great.
shared some comments with us. Not to put you on the spot.
No, it's okay. Comparing, as I said before, 24 years ago, there's a big difference. And given the fact that downtown San Mateo has grown that much with the foot traffic, I believe that keeping the downtown clean and the sidewalk clean is by itself a kind of an achievement. So we like more. So we don't want to stop here by saying it's clean. I've had a lot of people who come to downtown, at least on my block, where things were not as clean, and now they see the difference. Having the porters, that we have, and also we need to keep those people working around the clock. We're doing it 7 days a week, so people can see the difference, and they can see the streets cleaner, the sidewalk cleaner, and the city is doing also a good job by keeping the streets cleaner. So thanks. Lance is a good asset. I'm telling you, he has helped a lot by keeping this. At least he addresses all this issues, hot spots. He gets on it. He tells us, and then he tells the city for that reason. So I hope you
That's
have
great.
that.
This is great to hear. Can I keep you up here for just a second?
Sure, yes.
So another question, since you are a business owner and you do talk to the businesses.
Yes.
But some of the businesses continue to cite slower weekday activity. And I'm curious what strategies DSMA or even yourself as a business owner are employing or pursuing to try and curb that.
Okay.
And also, I'd be curious to hear where we could help with that.
Right. So prior to COVID, the Monday through Friday, there were a lot of companies, startup companies, and then office was kind of full. After COVID, we see the decline. We see some activities right now that there is a better Monday through Friday, but we have done a great job on the weekends. As a business owner, Sunday was really the slowest day for me, and the weekends. Now, actually, if you see the foot traffic in downtown, Saturday, Sunday is crazy. We have brought a lot of foot traffic through events, through partnership with other events that they're doing in downtown San Mateo. So I think the city maybe can help with those offices can be maybe more full by some companies. Maybe they can have those offices open to the public. So if you can maybe advocate with those building owners to at least, have those offices open again.
Awesome. Thank you. Shifting gears to the city manager. So the report says that we opened 50 businesses this year, which is amazing. I am curious what the corresponding closure and vacancy rate is and what the net growth for the downtown is overall.
So I haven't geofenced the downtown specifically, but I know that across the city, our vacancy rate remains at about 4 to 5% for retail, which is really good. Other cities are envious of that type of vacancy rate, so it's pretty low overall. And what we see is, and I know the DSMA could probably speak to this, is the minute you hear a restaurant or another business closing, there's already the interest or the setup for the next retailer. So it's not, sitting vacant over a long period of time. You'll see as soon as one closes, there's the tenant improvements, or it's coming in the permit here to, see new activity or repurposing of the space overall. Also, just going back to the last questioning that you had just about commercial office, just tonight, you guys took a bold step forward, not only from, providing affordable homes, but just energizing South B. That's the future of our downtown. Then you have the Dragers project, which, they're getting to their final kind of almost to the finish line on their building permits. That's real. Once you get there, you spend a lot as a developer to do that. You're going to see that building be demolished here, hopefully later this year, and then see a new development over there. Then you have a 30,000 square feet new commercial office that's also going to be going up, I believe, off of 3rd, across from Verkada as well. And then you have Donut Delight project that is also going through the process. So we're going to see a lot of development. It's going to be a lot of coordination and construction management too, because it's all going to be happening within our, this close network of the downtown. We also pride ourselves. So our assistant city manager and I and our community development director, we went and paid a visit to Verkada because we always want to check in with them, right, and see how things are going. They're probably our largest employer right now in the downtown, right, Mackenzie?
Mills is one.
Okay, Mills, but Verkada's up there. And so they are in 5 days a week. That was one great thing to hear. And then I asked them if they had their, I think it's like the 333 program they call it, and they still have that too as well, where they give their employee funds to go and spend it in the downtown as well. It's keeping that momentum. As new businesses come in, we roll out the red carpet and we visit them as well, especially in the offices. Not on the ground floor, but we'll go and pay the visit. Right now, we're going through a transitional period in our economic development division as Jennifer Chen left the city, and so we're going to restructure, and then that's going to be part of that. The 3-year economic development work plan. That's where we're partnering with our DSMA and with our chamber and with city staff, so that we're all rowing the boat in the same direction. We're all hitting our stride together in partnership.
Thank you. That was a great overview, even more than I expected. One more question, I swear. So thinking about the pedestrian mall, that was a 3 to 5 year, project. I guess I'm trying to understand, what would be the city council's next steps in terms of expansion or investment in the Ped Mall?
So at the time, I believe this was in 2023 or early 2024, the previous council took action. So there was a push, you might have heard Mr. Simpson talk tonight a little bit, but there was a push of opening back up the Ped Mall between 1st and 2nd. The council decided to say, you know what, we're going to keep both of them closed. The permanent closure was between 2nd and 3rd. There still is technically a possibility what it is up for further consideration and discussion when we do our downtown plan about the permanent closure between 1st and 2nd. The main goal is giving it a shot to actually activate, and that was kind of the mission and direction that the council gave us at the time. And I really believe in working with DSMA and the chamber and all our partners that we're really headed in the right direction. You're seeing vibrancy in action down there. And so where the next step with that will be is as we have the downtown plan discussion, that's where we're going to talk about our streetscape, right? Our downtown mall. There's all these different pieces and dynamics so that we keep a vibrant downtown together. That's where we'll have these discussions and talk about, what those permanent improvements are and what we're looking for.
Great, thank you. And I obviously I'm going to support this too, but I appreciate the extra context.
Thank you. Councilmember Newsom.
I'll be brief. Thank you, through the mayor. Sorry. I just want to echo my appreciation. I think everything that's been happening in downtown has been incredible. We did, as Kevin mentioned, get a lot of pushback early on about reopening at least one block. And I'm really proud of us that we've stood our ground. And I'm really happy to see all the good things that have come to fruition. My only comment in kind of listening to everybody's recaps was that I think we should try to look as both a city and our DSMA to approaching our office buildings, especially in the surrounding areas, our office workforce, and try to continue to have outreach to them. And I'm sure you're doing some of this, but I'd be interested to hear that you're marketing to them, that you got them on email strings, even having events downtown during the week at like a lunchtime would be a great activity for businesses. And once they see what's there, they'll come back. So that's my only piece of feedback would be to continue to look at that as a market segment that's not completely realized. So thank you and keep up the great work.
Indeed. I will simply echo a lot of the comments. I mean, I'll just be brief and say I share the energy that's in the room, and I'm just inspired by it. It's been an amazing transformation, and I appreciate, frankly, so many board members coming here and spending their time to talk up what's been happening. I appreciate self-help for the elderly being represented within DSMA, and I'm inspired by the possibilities. We've heard about the interest in diversity of those who can collaborate to make downtown an active and vibrant place throughout the week, 24/7. So I will take that in and see where we can go next. But this is a wonderful, another very successful year that has exceeded expectations, and I think, and I'm very appreciative of the work of those in this room to make that possible. And with that, I would entertain a motion.
I make said motion.
Do we have a second from the deputy mayor? I'm sorry.
And just to clarify, the motion is a staff recommendation to adopt the resolution that's part of the agenda packet.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. That is indeed where we are. And City Clerk.
Certainly. Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Councilmember Spirko-Goditsky?
Yes.
Mayor Lorraine?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, folks. And
Through the mayor, it's 10:45. Should we extend the meeting?
well, let's ask our city council members through a, I guess do we need a motion for that? So
Thank you. Through the mayor, I would like to motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Second.
okay, we have a motion and a second to extend to 11:30. City Clerk, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Spirko-Goditsky?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Mayor Lorraine?
Yes.
And Councilmember Newsom?
And we can finish earlier than that, but yes.
Just real quickly through the mayor, just looking at just the overall agenda, if we want to go ahead and hear 19th Avenue and then maybe do the charter amendment, and then we can actually push, I haven't talked to Martin yet, but the SB 707 to the next meeting. We do have some space over there actually on that. Okay, he's okay. If you guys are okay with that.
Yeah, looking around, that's two more items till 11:30. I think it seems as though that would please the council and probably the public and probably staff.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Spirko-Goditsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I need to recuse myself on this item.
Yes, thank you.
Through a financial stake, so I'm just going to leave. Thank you.
Thank you for that statement. All right, so we are now moving forward to what was listed as item 15 in our agenda. It is 19th Avenue, Fashion Island Boulevard Multimodal Improvement Project Informational Update. And we have a presentation from Bethany Lopez, Senior Engineer for Public Works. Thank you. Good evening, Bethany, and welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Bethany Lopez. I'm a senior engineer with the Public Works Department. Tonight, we're going to be presenting on the 19th Avenue Fashion Island Boulevard project. We're going to be seeking feedback on the overall design as we're bringing the final design to you and any remaining considerations that you may have. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the construction phase for this project, talk through some of the priorities for that, and hope to get some feedback for that as well. We'll talk through the project goals, a little bit of history, some of the outreach that we've done about the final project design. We'll walk through some of the funding, which we're really excited about, and next steps along with the discussion. So you've seen a lot of these slides before, so I'm going to go through them a little bit quickly. You'll see we have the same project goals that we've had throughout the project outreach process. So we're hoping to relieve congestion along the corridor. There's a lot of congestion out there now. And so this project will be seeking to alleviate a lot of that. In addition, we're going to be working to improve safety for bicyclists and pedestrians. Through the congestion relief, we'll be looking to improve transit travel times. And then overall, one of our goals was to try to limit parking loss to the extent possible. There's been a long history with this project. We've heard a lot of feedback from the community about just congestion along the corridor. We have done a few things for that, including a corridor study back in 2019 that lent to reviewing how to alleviate congestion along the corridor. We also did a signal synchronization project back in 2021. And while there were some improvements to the congestion, it didn't necessarily alleviate it to the extent that the community was looking for. There's also bike and ped improvements that are proposed through our master plan documents. And then from 2023 to 2025, there was the 10192 Mobility Hub and Smart Corridor Plan. This was an extensive outreach process that helped identify the current design alignment that we have for the bike facilities with this project. Moving into the project design phase, this is where we're at now. The project design started in June of last year, and it's looking to be completed in June of this year, so just about a month from now. During that time, we've done a lot of outreach. So obviously this is really small text. I'll walk through it a little bit. But we've done, like I said, a decent amount of outreach since the beginning of the project. We started our design back in June. We had an online survey from June to July. What that was hoping to do is collect a lot of similar feedback from similar to what we were trying to collect in our first community workshop. We held a Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission meeting in August. We came to you the first time in September of last year. That's the first time that we also presented the traffic analysis for this project. We went to the PTA meeting for College Park the very next day to make sure that they were aware of the project and get feedback from them. We held our second community meeting in November, both in person, and we held a virtual version of that. And again, all seeking to get different types of feedback from different folks in different avenues and at different points in the project design. So trying to make sure that we touch base with the community where we had updates for them. We met with a student coalition. So there was a interested student group at the council meeting actually, and we were able to facilitate a meeting with that group later in November to talk through this project, which was really great. And then we held our final community workshops in April, about a month ago. We had our second Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission a few weeks ago, and we're here now at our second city council meeting. And so, like I said, we're looking to complete the project design in June. So with this, we've completed 5 community workshops. We've sent out over 30,000 mailers. Each one of those was in English, Spanish, and Chinese. Along the corridor, we placed over 135 A-frame posters. This was also in English, Spanish, and Chinese. These were not just along the corridor. They were at community destinations like the Hayward Park Caltrain Station, the Fiesta Gardens Park, things like that. We will have completed 4 council and commission meetings. We've had, alongside these public meetings, we've also had targeted meetings with local businesses and interest groups, and we'll have completed about 12 months of outreach for this project. So moving into the final design, we've heard consistently several themes. So the multimodal connectivity, safety, congestion relief, and street lighting and landscape improvements. So just diving right in, again, you'll have seen these before. The project is proposing to make these connections all the way to the Caltrain station. These are currently absent now. We're proposing to upgrade the facilities from Class 2 bike lanes, which are right adjacent to the travel lanes, to Class 4 bike lanes, which provides a separated buffer. And then the alignment itself is something that, again, we've talked about. The southerly side of the bike lane stays on the eastbound bike lane stays on the southerly side of the corridor. The westbound bike lane comes all the way to Grant and cuts over to the southerly side. And the reason for this is to be able to avoid the Delaware ramps, the freeway ramps. So again, on the westerly side, we have a 2-way cycle track or 2-way protected bike lanes. And so this is what this looks like. This is from Pacific to Grant. And then from there, we have more traditional looking bike facilities, protected bike lanes on either side of the road that align with the direction of travel of the adjacent vehicle lanes. For the pedestrian facility changes, again, we have a gap here on the southerly side. There's a lot of challenges with the existing interchange in this area that created challenges with trying to incorporate pedestrian sidewalk on all sides. So again, because the corridor runs through the middle of the interchange, there's a lot of issues with columns and things like that. And so our focus was really to try to get the pedestrian facilities completed on at least one side of the roadway. And so this is where we are missing a component of the pedestrian sidewalk on the southerly side of Seal Slough Bridge. And so this project is looking to close that gap. We'll also be adding a new crosswalk on the south side of Norfolk, which is not currently present, and so we'll be adding that as well. We will also be doing additional pedestrian improvements along the corridor at just about every single intersection. This is what the pedestrian improvements are going to, this is an example of what they'll look like. So new corner improvements, including reduced radii, new ramps, things like that. And then we're also creating these protected intersections using these things. Some people call them footballs, some people call them biscuits. I think I mentioned that. And so what these do is create a protected space for bicyclists and pedestrians behind these spaces or behind these pieces of infrastructure and give more safety benefits in that area. What these look like in practice, again, is for the vehicles to be able to approach the pedestrians or the bicyclists at more of a right angle so that they can increase their visibility. This is an example of what those look like. And so what we made sure to accommodate throughout the entirety of the project was the appropriate truck turning movements. But we don't want our everyday vehicles to be making these maneuvers. And so we're making this so that trucks can make these turns, but most folks will want to go all the way around these. And so again, trying to make sure we enhance those safety components. There are going to be some parking changes along the corridor. So to the extent we could restore or maintain parking, we were looking to do that as much as possible. That said, there's an existing 64 parking spaces between Pacific and Grant. And what we were able to do was refine the design. So we were only losing 16 of those spaces. And that's in this area. Of the outreach that we've completed to date, we have not heard any feedback about the parking loss on this project. This is another location. This is just east of Seal Slough Bridge where, again, some additional parking loss will be. This area is historically underutilized parking. And so this, again, we will see some reductions in parking here. And you can see there's currently, coming back, there's currently parking on the north side and the south side of the roadway. And you can see where the new bike facilities are going to be placed, and there will be some parking maintained on the north side. And again, this is generally underutilized, and here we're anticipating removing about 14 parking spaces. Diving into the safety component, again, this is something that you guys have seen before. There's been 80 collisions here, just sort of in this picture from 2019 to 2025. A lot of the challenges lie with the gas station at the southwest corner and a lot of the movements that are coming in and out of that area. And so at this location, 47 of those 80 were happening here at the gas station alone, compared to 33 that were happening in the actual intersection. And so this drove a lot of the need for safety improvements. This was a lot of the feedback that we heard as well from the community, that this was a particularly challenging location. And so that's one of the things that we were looking to address with the project. There's obviously other, interesting things about this intersection between the on-ramp and 19th Avenue and how those movements get facilitated through the intersection. And so diving into the intersection design, so coming back here, one of the things that we propose, that's one of the bigger safety improvements that we're proposing with this project, is a new median to separate the gas station movement from the off-ramp traffic. And so that's here in this area. And we're doing that by widening the roadway in this area. So you can see in this area that this is the sort of widening alignment. And then from here, the new lane that's separated from the freeway traffic will have its own new signal phase. And so that's what you can see here with these yellow arrows. As somebody approaches this area, they can come out on their own green light and make whatever maneuver they would like to through here. One of the other changes we're making to help optimize the signal, because we're making these changes that are going to extend the time a little bit, is to remove the through movement from this middle lane. So this will be only a left turn lane. And you can see here that this is where the two-way bike facility will be on the southerly side of the corridor. And again, because we'll have that median, there also will be additional protection because we won't have that freeway traffic coming in and out of the gas station driveway. Some of the other feedback that we had heard from the community was adding, or the request to add some additional warning signs. And so this is what we're looking at right now, something along these lines to warn drivers coming out of the gas station that there are bicyclists that might be coming through. There's additional connections south to the Delaware project. This is going to be facilitated through removal of an existing median that's here. So that's what's shown in red. So that's going to be reconstructed and will be minimized, the size there. And then we're not facilitating actual new connections to the north, but we are filling a gap with new sidewalk pieces widening that will help facilitate that connection in the future. And so coming back to this location, a lot of folks have asked, well, how do I actually get into the driveway in the new configuration? So from there, when you're coming off the freeway anyway, you'll make a right turn onto Delaware, you'll make a right turn into the gas station, and you'll come back out the sort of the same way, but now you'll have a new light to be able to get out. As a result of this change at this intersection, we are seeing that there is going to be an increase in the delay at this location. So again, this is a new signal phase, a new movement. And again, we're also going to have the new bike facilities coming through here. So we are seeing a 23-second increase in delay in the morning and about 12 seconds in the afternoon. And so while this is an exchange of safety benefits to additional delay, so the new bike facilities and all of that and the collision data that we were seeing, this is 45 seconds is about the city standard for delay. And so we think that this is sort of within the acceptable realm of increase. Some of the additional feedback that we had heard was at the northbound ramps. So there was concern about the bicyclists that were coming in westbound. And so we've added in, the conflicts with both the eastbound left turns and the westbound right turns. And so we've added in new flashing beacon systems that will also have these signs on them to help the bicyclists or help warn the motorists of the bicyclist presence. Moving on to the congestion relief part of the project, again, another slide that you will have seen. We took a look at vehicle hours of delay. This was something that we measured with cell phone data, essentially. So big data, it's all anonymized. And so what we were able to see with this vehicle hours of delay metric is that in the westbound movement, it's about even throughout the entire different peak hours of the day. However, in the eastbound movement, you can see that sort of gradual growth over time, where in the afternoon, it's resulting in 32 hours of delay. And this is just sort of accumulation of the amount of time people are just waiting here, trying to get through the corridor. And so when we took a look at that with our traffic analysis, we can see that the traffic backup is quite extensive. And with the proposed improvements that are being included on the project, we can see that this is a representation of what that congestion will look like in the future. It's quite a bit reduced. Talking through really quickly about why this is happening, what we're seeing is that the different movements, because of the single lane here, are sort of blocking each other from being able to utilize the intersection optimally. So when you see a green light here for the through movement, you can see that the other through movement vehicles are blocked because of the left turning vehicles, because of how short those storage pockets are. And then similarly for the left turning vehicles, the through movements will block those left turning vehicles. And so again, when the left turns have a green light, you can see that there's folks that are stacked up and just kind of stuck and they can't make their maneuver. And so what happens, because we have such a lengthy peak period on this corridor, is over time, those vehicles accumulate and they just continue to not be able to get through the intersection. And so that's where, when we're saying that the queue is about 3,100 feet, we're seeing at the peak, at the highest amount of time, that it's accumulated over that time to be a quite long queue. And so we're making a number of changes at the corridor. The existing, or at the intersection, the existing turn pocket length is about 100 feet. And so what we're looking to do is extend that quite a bit. We're extending it to about 550 feet. And so we think that by adding this additional space, we will be able to facilitate all of the demand that's coming through there much better than what's currently, than the way that it currently does that. So again, we're seeing that long queuing right now. We're seeing a decrease down to about 300 feet of queue length as opposed to the 3,100 feet. And what that results in is really a substantial decrease in travel times. And so in the morning, we're seeing a 23% decrease in travel times in the eastbound direction, 48% decrease, which is a huge decrease in the afternoon peak period. That doesn't mean it doesn't come with some trade-offs. This was never intended to be a silver bullet type of improvement. We are seeing trade-offs in the westbound direction. And so there are some nominal increases in the westbound direction. And so you can see those here in the morning, about 11% increase, and in the afternoon, about 15% increase. So moving on to some of the other changes that are being proposed. So this is the two proposed lanes in the eastbound direction. You can see on the bridge, we're reallocating the space on the bridge to be 2 eastbound lanes instead of the 2 westbound lanes. And then we're also adding an additional southbound left turn lane, which would get rid of one of the northbound through lanes, which again, those northbound through lanes, one of them drops just north of this intersection anyways. And so we're using that space to help optimize the intersection. We're also adding in the additional bike connection. So we're connecting up to the north to existing bike facilities on Norfolk, connecting again along Fashion Island, which is really the project, and then connecting southerly to also existing bike facilities through this intersection. And then moving on to street lighting and landscaping. So one of the big questions or the asks that we had was over Seal Slough Bridge. So right now there's no lights out there. And so we have been able to determine that we will be able to add in new fixtures along Seal Slough Bridge. So that's something that we're excited to be able to add with the project. And then additionally, throughout the entirety of the corridor, we will be upgrading the fixtures to brighter fixtures just generally with the existing streetlights that are out there. For landscaping along the corridor, we are seeing that we are going to be, because of some of the widening, we will be removing some existing street trees, but we will be able to replant some. And this is the tree that's proposed in our street tree master plan. And so these are the ones that will be put out there. They're a little bit different than what's out there now, arguably nicer. And so there will also be some additional locations along the corridor where we are installing green infrastructure. And so this is sort of an example of what green infrastructure looks like, where you have the cutouts and you have, the ability to filter out the water that's coming through here. We'll be using different plantings than this, but just to give you a sense of what green infrastructure looks like. So we'll have a good handful of opportunities for that. Moving on to the funding, which again, that was something that we're very excited about. The project cost right now is running around $28 million. So pretty hefty. And we're still working through the final estimates for this. And so right now we've gotten a good amount of outside funding. And so this is sort of what I'm talking about. So we started off with $20,000 in Samtrans funding. We also had an early grant for the project of $3.8 million of federal funding. So this is an OBAG funding and a federal earmark that we had. And so we've been able to leverage a lot of these funds for other funds. And so earlier this year, we were confirmed, the SMCTA confirmed that we got the highway grant that we applied for, which was $16.5 million. And so that puts us up to about $21.5 million. And then in addition to that, the TA helped us secure an additional $3 million of RM3 funding. And so this is bridge funding for the 9 Bay Area County Bay Area funding source that was approved a handful of years ago. And so we'll be able to utilize a little bit of that funding for this project. And so to date, the city has committed $500,000 for this. So it's a huge deal for us to have been able to leverage this small amount of money of our own city funds to be able to secure funding for a $28 million project. So again, this is what we're looking at right now. We're still waiting for our final estimates. And again, we won't know pricing until we get our bids. But to date, we've committed $500,000 for this. And so this is a big deal for us. For next steps. So again, coming back to this slide, like I said, we're looking to complete the design in June. We've been working with Caltrans for the last year or so to receive our Caltrans permit, since a lot of this is in Caltrans right-of-way. So that's been a pretty lengthy process. One of the next milestones for us is right-of-way certification, which is just sort of a process that's needed for securing the federal funding for the next step. So we're looking to request allocation for the federal funding in December. From there, moving into construction, we're hoping to bid the project in spring, this coming up spring. So we want to obviously get this bid as quickly as possible so that we can continue to move towards actual groundbreaking. We're anticipating coming back to you with an award next summer. From there, because of the widenings that are needed with this project, we have to secure all of the signal equipment that's necessary for this, because we're going to be taking out existing signals. We're going to need to install them pretty immediately. And so because of that need, we'll need to procure this, but there's really long lead times for signal equipment generally, 6 to 10 months, depending on what we're talking about. And so there will be a process where we will be working on that procurement, and then we're looking at potentially breaking ground after that procurement in winter of 2027 to spring of 2028. So as we get into construction, there's a handful of priorities that we have. One of the things that we were working through was trying to see if we can get Norfolk to be the first intersection that gets constructed. So this will provide, it'll provide a lot of the congestion relief that has been asked for with the community, but I think it's also really important that we were focusing on that because we also want to be able to keep people flowing through the corridor when the most of the amount of construction is happening, which is going to be on the bike facilities really. That's what's going to have the longest duration. And so by starting with Norfolk, we'll be able to help people continue moving through the corridor while the construction is going on. So generally, our goal is to maintain access through the corridor at all times to the extent possible. We do anticipate that we're going to have some full closures of the corridor, but that all of that work would be happening at nighttime. From there, like I said, it would happen at night. And then just generally, we're trying to minimize vehicle delays. So that's one of the reasons why we wanted to try to focus on Norfolk first, was to try to help minimize those delays to the extent possible. So again, we're looking for feedback on any of the overall design and anything else for us to consider as we wrap up this design phase. And then if there's any feedback that you have on the upcoming construction phase, that'd be great as well.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'll open this item up for public comment. So if anyone in City Hall would like to give a comment, you can give a slip to the city clerk. Zoom can raise your hand. City clerk, do we have any comments?
Mayor Lorraine, we have one request to speak in chambers and one request in our virtual environment. So we'll set the timer at 3 minutes per speaker, and we'll begin with Kevin Simpson.
Thank you, Council. That's a rare 4-bagger for me tonight. I get to talk to you 4 times. It's also, I acknowledge that it's a little bit weird for me to come and talk to you because earlier tonight I was told that I'm an outsider in my neighborhood, although I live on Humboldt, and that the bikes I see every hour and every day are mythical, and that the 2 healthy trees in front of my house should be sacrificed for parking. So take everything I'm about to say with a grain of salt. My feedback is, wow, this is one of the ugliest, hairiest, most fraught parts of our city, and the improvements that are proposed here are magnificent. And the fact that we've already found funding for them should make this a no-brainer. The thoughtfulness and design and engineering and problem solving would defeat most people, engineering students, I imagine. You sat down, they would be like, who gave me this, dog? It's an amazing set of solutions that will do so much to ameliorate a horrible situation that was doubtlessly created when 92 and 101 were put in. And this little sort of homely part of our neighborhood where unfortunately someone lost their life just in the last couple of years, Mark Kramer, deserves the amount of attention that we're giving it and the improvements that we can make here. So I strongly urge you to approve this, continue to support this project, and the sooner we can break ground on these improvements, all of which will help so many elements of our city, the better. So thank you for a job well done, and let's keep this momentum going on this much needed project. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker on this item will be Mike Swire. Mike, please go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Lorraine and members of council. Mike Swire speaking on my own behalf. I want to echo all of the eloquent comments from the previous speaker. I bike here regularly, either going downtown or going to the east side. And as Kevin said, this is a much needed project. I really appreciate the hard work that Bethany and her team did put into this, both in the design as well as in the outreach process. There were numerous points of input. And all those meetings were very well attended and very positive. I'm really glad that this project is prioritizing resident safety over driver speed and over gas station access, which should not be a priority here. I also want to thank Kevin Mullen, the TA, and all the other sponsors that put forward quite a nice sum here. The fact that I think we're getting $59 for every $1 that the city's spending on this is really incredible. I'm not sure if that math works, but it's late at night. So nice work here. This is great leverage, and this is how we should do things. One suggestion I have for future meetings is that that we did meet a lot on this. I think there were 5 or 6 meetings. And it's very hard. It's very difficult for people that attend the early meetings to understand the changes that happen. And it seemed like every meeting there were changes occurring, and those aren't readily visible to the public. So if there's some way to track changes going forward and re-inform people so that they don't need to attend 5 meetings to understand what's happening. But and then also I want to just reiterate, we heard, I think Bethany mentioned that previous projects to reduce congestion were met with frustration. The moral of the story is, and I've said this at several meetings, we can't reduce congestion. As soon as you make it easier to drive on one road, people will take that road instead of another one. With modern GPS systems, you're automatically routed onto the path of least resistance. In the end, anything that we do to increase capacity on the road simply will force or encourage more people to go on those roads, or more people to drive instead of bike and walk. So I just hope we don't make false promises in terms of the congestion angle. And finally, one thing process, I would suggest that we do the public comment on these items after we hear council questions, because I think it's really helpful for us to hear the full story before we make our comments. But again, a great project. Thank you, Bethany and team, and I hope this goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Lorraine, that concludes public comment.
Excellent. Thank you for those comments. I will close public comment on the item, bring it back to the dais, and see if anyone has any questions or comments. Councilmember Newsom.
All in all, I think it's a great project. I've been supportive all along, and I continue to support it. I am a little concerned, or continue to be concerned, about the collision data around the entrance to the gas station. You said there was 47 in the last recording period, or sorry, 33 in the last recording period, 47 in the period before that. Are all those collision data all car specific?
That's my understanding. Yeah.
So this is a pie in the sky idea. I'll just start with that. There are between 800 and 900 residents in Station Park Green. There is a passage project which is being built sometime in the next decade, which will house probably another 2,400. There's the San Mateo Marriott project, which is another 585, and there's another 640 coming to Bayshore Commons. That all in all it's over 4,000 residents that ride or could be riding along Concar. So what I'm wondering is have we put any thought into having the bike lane go from Caltrains down Concar, make a right onto Delaware, so it goes north-south on Delaware, and continues on, makes a right onto Grant. And I'm wondering why we're, and again, this is we're a little far down the road, but I'm wondering what's the point of having that last 6th of 19th Avenue where there's really nothing there. I mean, there's the courtyard for AT&T, and there's part of our courtyard. Really, that's all that's there. And I'm wondering why we're putting a bike lane in that little corridor where we could have it 1/8 of a mile to the north and be having access for almost 4,000 future residents. And so, again, I'm not shooting the idea down, but I would like to make sure that we aren't looking at it, we're doing it just because it's linear, right? And that was one of the things in the earlier sessions today when we were looking at the 101 project. It was very clear to me, and it kind of I had an aha moment of like, it's not like this along the 101, it zigs and zags. And I'm wondering if this isn't somewhere we should be zigging and zagging. And another part to that, and I know Mike Swire says to heck with the gas station traffic, but the gas station traffic isn't going to go away. And so I'd be worried, even with all the prevention and the tools that we put in place, that we're going to have a pedestrian or a bicyclist get hit in that corridor at the entrance to the gas station. And so for those reasons, like, I continue to support the project, but I would like to make sure that we aren't underwriting the idea of having the bike lanes come along Concar and then cross over on the Delaware Street.
So as far as the reroute to Concar, we did take a look at that, not necessarily as an alternative to this project, but we have looked at it because it has been asked before. The reroute to Concar is not just a short reroute. It's that block is quite a bit longer. The space, like, it's sort of a different shape of a lot. And so it does add some additional time to that route. And so as far as making these connections, well, yes, I understand the additional residents. We are looking to implement new bike facilities on Concar as well to help facilitate those connections for those residents north of 92 to be able to get to the Caltrain station. This is the most direct access along Fashion Island Boulevard and the 50,000+ residents on the east side of 101.
Yeah,
and so this is the most direct access for those folks to be able to get to the Caltrain station and then just back and forth destinations along the corridor. And then also provide the connectivity to the Delaware corridor that's in construction right now. So I would say that that's part of the primary reasons why we're making that connection. It's been a missing piece, as you could see from the presentation. It's been a missing piece for a long time. And so making that last piece connection, I think, was just a really important part of this project. And it's also part of what our funding is contingent on.
Well, it's connecting it to the train,
Mm-hmm.
but this would still be doing that.
Yeah,
I mean,
but again, because it's more circuitous, you don't get the same kind of ridership. We find that most people are using the route that's most direct to be able to get to their destination. And so the Concar route tends to be a little bit more circuitous.
So do we have people riding bikes right now east to west to the Caltrans and they ride on 19th? I mean, they can't because it's one way, I guess. But at least, so yeah, there's no data there because it's one way.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard a lot from students that are riding, but not necessarily to Caltrans at this point, or Caltrain at this point.
Yes,
but yeah, folks are already using the corridor. But yeah, no, they're not necessarily taking that route all the way to the train station at this point.
And from a mileage distance, if you're riding your bike or walking, is it actually faster to walk south and come down 19th than it is to go down Concar right on Delaware?
Yes.
Okay.
And then regarding the gas station, I apologize. The question was about access.
It's not so much the access; it's the points of conflict that concern me. If we've really seen that much collision data, what happens when we add 100 bicyclists riding down that bike lane a day? I'd like to think that signage is going to help, but I'm concerned. I mean, honestly, I'm concerned.
Some of the other elements that we're looking at for that driveway specifically is some sort of activated warning system as well. So similar to the northbound ramps that I mentioned as well. So something along those lines that would be more than just signage. So something electronic that can detect the bicyclists coming through that area and try to provide that kind of warning system for the people coming out of the gas station as well.
Yeah, I'm also a little concerned about the future northwest on Delaware Street, because right now, a lot of them are accessing through the off-ramp of 92. And when we take that away, already we see lines, especially on the weekends, of people trying to enter from Delaware Street. And I think if you double the amount of volume in there, I'm just wondering how far that's going to line up on Delaware Street, definitely through the intersection. And so I'm concerned about that too. I don't know that we have any way. Have we done any data collection or put cameras out to kind of see what that looks like on weekends?
We do have data for the gas station, yeah. And that driveway was included in our traffic analysis. So we're familiar with the effects out there. We have been in conversation with the gas station itself to talk through what these changes look like. Some of the changes that we will be making to help facilitate their access is changing the width of the driveway to be able to accommodate the access into the gas station more easily, because right now they've mentioned that because the Delaware driveway will become their primary driveway, that between the fuel trucks that get parked there a few times a day and then the in and out access, that sometimes there's a challenge there with the number of people that are using that. And so we will be widening that with the project to help facilitate those turns a little bit more easily. And
do we have any concerns about the bicyclists heading north and south on Delaware Street?
There's similar signage that will be included there.
Okay.
There's also, sorry, if I may, going to be a outbound turn restriction. So it won't be a left turn out. A left turn out won't be allowed any longer. So out of the gas station on the Delaware side. Yeah. Again, to help facilitate just maintaining additional safety benefits through there.
Okay. At the end of the day, sound like I'm worried about the gas station. What I'm really worried about is the conflict between the pedestrians and the cyclists in that corridor. So that's it. Beyond that, I continue to support this project. Thank you for answering my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else? Deputy Mayor Fernandez.
Through the mayor, just before we go, we're looking at 11:30 if you want to extend the meeting.
Yeah, I was trying to see if we could maybe finish this so that Danielle could come back and we could do it as a group. I think we can do it. Okay.
Just a very quick question for me. Super supportive. Thank you for the amazing work that you've done. You guys have integrated a lot of community feedback into this. I'm just following up on part of questions that I asked last time and kind of piggybacking on what Councilmember Newsom said. Have we talked to the owners of the gas station at Arco?
We've had a number
Chevron?
of meetings with them.
Okay, and
yeah.
where are they on this? This is
yeah.
really messing up their routing in and out. And so what's happening there?
Yeah, like I said, we've been talking to them about potential changes that they want to make sure are incorporated in the project. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that they have a viable business. We want to make sure that they can continue to operate their business there. And so we've made a handful of changes to the project design to make sure that they can facilitate all of those, the maneuverability of their tanker trucks, obviously, was a really important one. The driveway widening that I had mentioned, that was another one that was key for them as well. So we've had a lot of conversations with them, talking through the different things that they saw were necessary for this.
Thank you for that. I realize we don't have a lot of time. This is a really, really great project that is unfortunately being heard at 11-ish p.m. So in as fast as I possibly can, I do just want to say this has become an amazing project. The multimodal impact, obviously public safety, it increases access east to west to Hayward Park Caltrain. It sets a new high bar for outreach that I hope we continue to strive for going forward. Early enough to give stakeholders, residents, businesses, to give input that can lead to changes that show that we're listening and adapting to needs while maintaining the goals, very similar goals to what we heard in our special meeting today: safety, connectivity, sustainability, and inclusivity. Amazing leverage of funding. Talk about bang for your buck. We plan to apply for 1 or 2 opportunities for initial design grant money, as was discussed earlier in our special meeting. Could Hillsdale be next for a project like this? That would be huge. So I'm just very thankful, Bethany. Kevin made a comment earlier about the change we've seen over the years related to the Ped Mall. And to me, I just want to highlight that we had a lot of folks giving comments about this project earlier. We got a lot of feedback integrated, and tonight it's all support. That is not an accident. That took time and effort. Thank you very much. With that, it's an informational update, and I thank you for the presentation and the item. And we can bring Danielle back in, and then we'll take a vote on extending the meeting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Ben.
you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Bethany. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks for staying so late. Sorry. Have a good night.
Yes, I believe you.
I'm ready to review these charters. Let's go.
Nothing's changed.
That's why I was trying to highlight.
What year are we talking about? The micro machine. You had older brothers. The micro machine guy who used to talk with Christina. No. Thank you. What year is this?
Okay, just really quick, we welcome back Councilmember Spirko-Goditsky, and would like to ask the council for another brief extension of this meeting. Would anyone be willing to
make a motion for 15 more minutes?
Yeah, second.
Thank you, City Clerk.
Sorry.
Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Councilmember Spirko-Goditsky? Mayor Lorraine?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And now we will have item number 17 in your agenda, Charter Amendments Public Hearing number 2, with a presentation from Prasanna Rasaya, our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Lorraine and members of the council. Notwithstanding the name of the slide, this is actually public hearing number 2, not number 1. This is the second of 2 required public hearings for a charter amendment, and I will be brief. This presentation, by the way, is exactly the same as you heard during our last public hearing. The first slide really reflects just the change to district elections. Also includes language stating that following each federal decennial census, then the council has to redraw boundaries. And then the proposed charter amendments would eliminate a provision that applied to council members elected in 2015 and 2017, but those terms are completed. So this language, which was required by SB 415, is no longer needed. For the next couple of slides deal with adding a little bit of flexibility to the charter. So where a council member is absent from the city, under the current language, the majority of the council has to approve an absence for more than 30 days. 30 days is a pretty short period of time. And this would change that period to 60 days. And then this is part 1 of 2 slides regarding filling council vacancies. So this adds more time to fill a vacancy, and because a vacancy often occurs or can occur, say, in November, if a council member is elected to a different office, that means you only have 30 days to fill a vacancy during the holiday season. And having 60 days just allows for additional time to do more outreach, more time for interviews, and then council action. And then the second part of this change of the charter would eliminate language that's really no longer relevant, since you have district elections. This only comes into play where you have candidates running for one of several at-large seats, and the language is no longer needed. This is a change to allow more flexibility for the time and day of council meetings to be specified by resolution instead of having, I think, overly specific language in the charter. So if this language is like all of the provisions in this presentation, if it's approved by the voters, then the council, with respect to this change, would need to adopt a resolution identifying the day of council meetings and the time the council meetings would begin. Briefly, for emergency ordinances, this change would allow for the publication of the summary of an urgency ordinance instead of the full text. And also, the urgency ordinances would no longer automatically expire after 90 days, since an emergency could last for that period of time. And so this cleans up the language around emergency or urgency ordinances. This is pretty self-explanatory. This revises the language to specify, with respect to the finance director, that the finance director is not subject to approval by the city council and is simply appointed by the city manager, is what would happen in practice, as is the case today. The verified statement of candidates, it's a very lengthy section that originated from the 1922 charter that requires a lot of biographical information to be submitted to the city, and this would simply eliminate that language, since there's other avenues for candidates to get information out about themselves, such as in the voter information guide. For the selection of a newspaper for publication of notices, this proposal would eliminate the language entirely, because it requires sealed bids, when I think, more practically speaking, request for proposals is more appropriate for something like the selection of a newspaper for official public notices, because in that way you can take into consideration other things like local circulation. And then also, I think a companion to this would need to be an ordinance change, probably in our purchasing code, specifying that selecting a newspaper would be done through, as I said, through an RFP process. And then we are at the May 18th second public hearing. A change to the current schedule is that the submittal of the measure to the voters, I think, would occur on July 20th, not June 15th, as specified in the staff report. And the reason for that is so that the council would take action on potentially two measures to submit to the voters and do it in the appropriate order. And that's the end of my presentation in 5 minutes and 23 seconds.
Thank you for this presentation. I would like to open this up for public comment, just in case. City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No request to speak on this item.
Okay, thank you. I will close public comment on this item. Bring it back to the dais. Any questions, comments? Councilmember Spirko-Goditsky.
Thank you, Prasanna, for that presentation. Just to clarify, after this hearing, what are next steps?
Right. So what the next step would be the city council being presented with a resolution whereby the council could place this measure on the ballot and put it in front of the voters. So then that would occur again on July 20th.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I motion to proceed.
Oh, well, there's no action that I'm asking you to take. This is just a public hearing. It's required by state law for charter amendments. So
great.
I think you could say the
Thank you
presentation
for your
has been
presentation.
received. You're very welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Deputy Mayor Fernandez.
I apologize. Do we need to take an official action to move SB 7? Are we moving the SB 707 item?
City Attorney.
I won't move back to my usual spot. No, you don't need to take an action to bump that item to the next meeting. The city manager can simply do so. And I think it sounds like there's consensus from the council anyway.
Cool beans. Thank you.
Okay. May it be thus, then, and that will bring us to reports and announcements and committee updates. Councilmember Speaker Gaditsky.
Thank you, through the mayor. I will be brief and quick. Three things. So number one, May 25th, we are holding a memorial service in Central Park and a letter writing event for our military unit, ABU. So please attend. That's from 10 to 12 p.m. in Central Park. Second thing, there was a resident today that came in and spoke about a potential idea on Humboldt, and I wanted to see if there would be interest in the council, and in addition to exploring the one-way, also having staff go back and look at that option and come back in the fall and potentially present their findings on whether there's feasibility there.
I would ask staff for a response first.
So I would say at this time, I have to go back and look at the staffing resources because you have already given direction on what we are
Understood.
looking at. And so taking on a whole nother, it would be a lot of staff time and work to do that. And so I would ask that you might want to hear about what
I do.
You have given direction on at that same meeting. You might want to say, hey, you want to pivot to, look at another item, look at another alternative, but that's your guys' prerogative. If you want to do this, I just got to put,
I definitely want to explore the feasibility of one way, but if new ideas are presented from the community, I think we need a mechanism to kind of examine feasibility there too. But I understand what you're saying, and I'm okay with that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, through the mayor.
Yes, please.
Could we get a request for an update at the next council meeting to assess whether you have the ability to do that?
That's fine. I'm happy to provide just so I can go ahead and I can check in with staff overall and just let you know what it would take if we were going to look into it and how much it would cost in terms of staff time.
And also if residents want to lose the sidewalk potentially, right?
That's a whole nother so now we're going into a whole nother project. So this is where I'm just going to be very, very clear. Like this council gave direction, and so staff, if we're going to start zigzagging, staff is, there could be a lot of frustration there too at the same time. And so we go off of the direction. Happy to investigate if you want to. It's ultimately your guys' call, right? I'm happy to go back and ask and say, how much would it take to get you at least an exploration of what this would be, right, in terms of staff time and money?
I'm okay with Deputy Mayor Fernandez's compromise solution.
So I will then get you guys an update in a couple weeks. Is that okay? In a weekly update to let you know? And then if you guys want, you can have another reports and announcements discussion.
And then just the last thing, during the meeting, I got a few text messages from residents that were stuck on the 101 due to Caltrans construction. If we could just follow up with them and CHP about, making sure residents don't have to wait for 2 hours at night to move 10 feet. That would be great. I'm just curious, what's going on and how long that's going to take.
So I can ask staff, we can inquire tomorrow and talk to our contacts at District 4 who are overseeing the project and get an update. And we can provide an update in a weekly update for you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Fernandez.
Just an addendum to the phone calls that you were receiving from constituents. I would also encourage those constituents who are stuck on the 101 to reach out to our state legislators, who can also reach out to Caltrans, because it's really under the state jurisdiction, not the city jurisdiction. Yes. I just wanted to provide a very quick update and say that I went to Kentucky last week with Martin and visited our ABU and Ed. Sorry, Ed, you're the best. I apologize. And Mitch Spiegel. And I just want to say what an amazing opportunity it was to meet the young men and women and non-binary people who are in the unit and are defending our freedoms every day. It was amazing. And I am looking forward to increasing our relationship. They're actually going to be dispatched to the border in June. And so we're hoping that we can partner with some of those folks to actually have them come visit San Mateo. And it's amazing. They have like a whole part of their barracks unit that's dedicated to the relationship of San Mateo. They have conference rooms that are named after local folks. It was really an amazing experience. also going to be very quick. Two, Mayor Lorraine and I were part of a legislative committee meeting last week, and things aren't looking great on the VLF front. And so I was wondering if I would put forward, after we spoke to our lobbyist, I was wondering if the council would be agreeable to, was it sending a resolution to the state? Is that what we took away from that meeting?
So there's two kinds of things going on. So I believe the resolution was going to be for the real property transfer tax to be against to have a basically opposition.
Yeah.
To
the Harvard Jarvis action that's coming forth.
That's what I heard from the committee.
Yes. Would we be agreeable to sending something that's against our RTP?
I'm seeing a majority nodding heads, so we can prepare that.
And then can I also petition for us to do something on VLF as well? Or is that not needed?
VLF, we're in an active lawsuit, and then also we have the mayor on behalf of the city has sent letters, and we have met with our state legislature.
So not necessary
we're
at
good
this
right
time.
now.
Okay, we're solid. The other thing that I wanted to make sure that I brought up is that last year we had a really, I thought, informative legislative briefing night where we had representatives or the people themselves, Senator Becker, Assemblymember Pappin, and Supervisor Corzo, to give us updates on the work that they're doing. And we have not scheduled one for this year, so I was hoping that with a show of nodding heads, if we could get one scheduled in September or October.
So we'll get your date in the fall. How about that?
Cool, that works for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Okay, following up from all of the previous announcements, as council liaison to our adopted unit of ABU, it really recently came to my attention that a group of veterans is working to support a recommendation for the Presidential Medal of Freedom for Linda Patterson. As many in our community know, Ms. Patterson has dedicated nearly 7 decades to supporting deployed service members through letters, care packages, and acts of compassion inspired by the sacrifice of her brother during the Vietnam War. Alongside the support of the San Mateo community, her efforts have had a lasting impact on generations of soldiers serving overseas. Veterans for the 101st Airborne Division are now compiling personal letters and testimonials describing the meaningful role that Linda and the city of San Mateo played in supporting troops during deployments including Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm. These stories reflect the tremendous morale and sense of connection that San Mateo's outreach provided to service members serving far from home. With the support of my colleagues on the dais, I would respectfully request authorization for the city clerk to work with these veterans as appropriate in assisting with the preparation and coordination of letters of recommendation or support related to formally recognizing Ms. Patterson's extraordinary service and contributions. I believe this represents a meaningful opportunity to honor a remarkable legacy of service, compassion, and community support that reflects tremendously well on the city of San Mateo.
Yes. Shouldn't we write one too, as a council?
Yes, certainly. Certainly. Yeah, absolutely. So I think, City Clerk, you have direction from the council. Thank you very much. And then I have one very apropos given tonight. I would like to request also support from my council to change our standard operating procedures so that rather than calling a timeout to go and have a bio break, that council members can go when they need to go and then come back and continue.
Yeah, I was just. Was that not possible before?
We always used to try to do a bio.
You have your free will if you really need to get up and walk away. I think it's just to really keep everyone engaged. So say if you have a development project, to walk away in the middle of it, you might miss something like that. So if you practice kind of discretion of just thoughtfulness of when you're going to get up and go, that probably would make sense, because I know legally our friend here will want to make sure that you guys are present.
Right, then we have a quorum
during the item.
Absolutely. So does that give us what we need? Okay, thank you.
I saw 3 nodding heads. 5.
Okay. Councilmember Newsom.
We've talked about all the events that I know of, but I did want to do a quick shout out. Rafat and the Jordanian community had a FIFA kickoff on Sunday, and it was a pop-up for 1 hour, and there was over 300 attendees dancing the Debka on the Ped Mall. It was quite incredible, but it also led me to ask a question of, can we get an update on what, and not now, but if we can get an update at the end of the week from you, Alex, of what events that we'll be having in the area for around the FIFA events.
So if you read your weekly update from last week, it's in there. We just gave a recent update overall. And so we have now FIFA certification to go ahead and be able to show the game. I believe that's on June 25th, USA. And then we're also going to be doing something for the other US match, I believe on June 12th and July 1st. So there you go. So we'll have all that information out there and we can share it further with all of you.
For sure.
Amazing.
And also want to make sure we're welcoming all the countries that'll be coming into the games in Santa Clara. There's 7 international teams in just round 1 alone. So it's going to be very fun to have all these different countries here staying in San Mateo. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I think I had one note. Well, I guess I have 2 quick notes. One, we've been interviewing applicants for our boards and commissions. Thank you to everyone who applied, and I believe we still have some openings for applications.
That's correct. We're still looking for Personnel Board and Measure S Oversight Committee.
So I hope folks can consider going on our website and doing just that, ASAP. Also, Councilmember Newsom and I attended a Mayor's Mental Health Initiative workshop a little while back with the county, and I found it poignant, and there were a couple of ideas for ways in which electeds could help in normalizing thinking about balance, self-care, etc., taking care of one another. One of the ideas was to have a script as we leave right here, something like at this time of the meeting that we could leave with. And I regrettably forgot to jot it down. I'm going to just try to paraphrase like an idea for tonight, and then I might bring it back and propose if we feel like it might be a good idea to just do. But the gist of it was that regardless of what happens here tonight, controversial topics, differences of opinion, we leave as humans who deserve love and need care and can still care for one another as humans off the dais. So with that, I would like to adjourn. Thank you.